Yo, we're good. What's this?
Jealousy and resentment can be powerful things, but when tree surgeon and bouncer Raoul Moat learned that his ex-girlfriend was dating a police officer, he would quite literally jump off the deep end. His actions in the following days can only be described as frenzied, and
PDM,
after Raoul declared war on the
I'll
police, it
stuff
prompted one of the
later.
largest manhunts ever
Having dinner
recorded
right
in British
now.
history. And with a 6'3"
Still too
muscular
hot.
frame, some officers were literally too scared to go outside. His time at large would last for almost an entire week, leaving the British public glued to their screens, while he roamed the lands of Rothbury with a shotgun in hand. But who was Raoul Moat? What had caused him to lash out so violently? Was he really the monster that the media claimed him to be? Who were his victims, and how would this manhunt end?
So what did I kill myself, but I'm going to give you a chance, because I am hunting for officers now.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at one of the largest manhunts ever conducted in the UK. I remember this case happening when I was just a teenager. Raoul's face was all over the news.
Have a customer? Or not? Oh, yeah, we do.
Hello?
Hello, can I help you?
I'm just starting out. Do you do any free cars or anything?
I'm
Really
sorry?
cheap cars? Do you do any free or really cheap cars?
So, you came to... Are you new to the city, or...
Yeah.
Do you have your vehicle license?
Yeah, I went down. I got that earlier. I thought it would be handy.
You just flash that vehicle license, please.
How do I do that?
If it's in your pocket, just right click show. If it's in your wallet, you need to remove document, then right click show in your pocket.
But right now I've got a temporary license. Oh, hold on. Can you give me a full? I don't know what's going on. Oh, there you go.
Dexter. And your phone number, please.
You ready? Yeah, I'll just flash it up.
Just give me a moment. Why am I stepping on glass? What's wrong with this thing? There we go. You'll just come next to me so I can give you keys.
How much is it?
No, it's your free car basically.
Oh,
there you
really?
go.
Oh, thank
Enjoy.
you.
Are these actually scuffed? It's an actual it's oh. We have
streets, and you couldn't go anywhere without hearing his name. And despite him being hundreds of miles away from my home at the time, families in my neighborhood were too scared to let their kids outside, and there was a distinct feeling of panic in the air. By the way, and just to let you know, that I post true crime and strange cases here weekly, so if that does sound like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to the channel, it really does help me out. And now, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Raoul Moat. Our case today pulls us to the northern lands of England,
You're just hunting?
to a ceremonial
Nice.
county named Tyne and Wear. Originally created in 1974, the county consists of Gateshead, Sunderland, North and South Tyneside, and its main city, Newcastle upon
Draft, what
Tyne.
is that?
And if you're wondering about where Wear is in Tyne and Wear, good question. The county is actually named after its rivers, the River Tyne and the River Wear. Despite living in the country, this part of England is actually so far up north that I've never had the chance to visit. But one thing that I hear time and time again is that this place is a beautiful part of the English heritage. The area is famous for its importance to the Victorian Industrial Revolution. Both coal mining and shipbuilding were synonymous with the region. And although those two things aren't exactly
Really?
objects of beauty themselves, they did bring in a lot of workers to enjoy and experience the lands. As with many towns and cities in the north, the end of the Industrial Revolution was
Jeez.
devastating to the local economy. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The wealth divide between northern and southern England is actually quite shocking, with the UK Office for National Statistics even reporting an 18.6-year difference in life expectancy, which to me is absolutely mind-blowing. Now, thankfully, there seems to be somewhat of a technology revolution happening here, with many companies like Sage and Atom Bank moving in to employ thousands. But whether the North can claim the title of Technology Hub remains to be seen, and in the meantime, that wealth divide that I was talking about is sadly worsening. You will find many things to do in Newcastle, with popular destinations such as Quayside, the Angel of the North and Jesmond Dean. Head south of the river and you'll find the famous Bowes Railway, and head even further south and you'll find a small town named Birtley. It's here that we find a very important person to our case today, and her name is Samantha Stoddart.
Yeah, that's a big rip.
The year is 2010, and 22-year-old Samantha was living in the area with her partner Raoul Moat and their 4-year-old daughter. At the time, Samantha was a trainee hairdresser. Still very young herself, she and Raoul were set up by friends when she was just a teenager. And while he was originally kind and caring, that would all sadly change by the time they had their child. Raoul was born on June the 17th, 1973, to his mother Josephine and father Peter. Now, unfortunately, his hardship in life began before he even physically entered the world. He never knew his father, who left the family before he was born. His mother reportedly struggled with severe bipolar disorder, which unfortunately was disruptive enough to separate her from her two sons, Raoul and Angus. And the two brothers would spend most of their childhood growing up with their grandmother, while Josephine was in and out of hospital. Growing up together in Newcastle's West End, Angus and his brother were almost inseparable. And despite their dysfunctional family setup, Raoul was described as an outgoing, fun-loving kid with many friends. However, as the brothers reached their early 20s, they began to grow apart. Raoul became obsessed with weight training and started spending most of his time with other bodybuilders. This was in stark contrast to Angus, who was more on the academically gifted side of life and would eventually go to university. Now, Raoul Moat's mother did not like the change she saw in Raoul. She later claimed that her gentle son disappeared around the age of 19, replaced by a snarling man who hated everything and everyone. Towering at a height of 6'3" and weighing in at almost 270 pounds, Raoul was not someone to pick a fight with. And now that he was weight training, there was some severe physical strength behind this man. Unfortunately, this would also send Raoul down the path of steroids. Friends claim they saw a huge change in his personality over this time frame, and he also began to develop an explosive temper. His obsession with bodybuilding helped him change jobs too. Replacing his job as a panel beater, Raoul became a bouncer at local gigs and nightclubs, including Liquid nightclub in Newcastle's Big Market. This job was problematic for him, however. According to both him and his colleagues, he was reportedly harassed by police officers on a weekly basis. At the end of the day, he was just a simple doorman, and it's likely that he felt that he and his job were very inferior in front of the police. It also seems that this got the better of him, because in the year 2004, he quit his job and changed career path, beginning his own business as a tree surgeon, cutely named Mr. Trimmett. However, despite this change in scenery, he would still regularly have run-ins with the police. By the time he was 36, Raoul was arrested 12 times on 7 separate charges. However, despite this alarming number, he was only convicted once. He was also charged in the year 2005 when officers found a knuckle duster and a samurai sword in his car. However, he would later be found not guilty. During his childhood, he was also arrested for arson and animal cruelty, and allegedly for robbery too. However, we don't know what the other arrests were made for. Now, this is a very important part to the story, but Raoul grew a very deep-seated hatred for the police. He felt like they targeted him for no reason at all, and eventually he would grow paranoid about this. Anyway, to put it short, by the year 2010, Raoul was a jacked-up tree surgeon who had 3 kids, enjoyed motorbikes, loved to catch frogs, and loved himself. Between the years 2001 and 2010, Raoul found himself in several relationships, with most of them ending in dysfunctional violence. And after developing an embarrassingly cocky ego, most women couldn't stand being around him. However, this wouldn't stop Raoul from becoming a father to 3 separate children, including one of them with Samantha Stobbart. Throughout his relationship with Samantha, Raoul's ugly side became increasingly obvious to her, her friends, and even their daughter as time went on. The man was possessive, unkind, outright nasty, and at times even violent. Partially due to the steroids he was taking, Raoul's outbursts would see him becoming enraged over the most trivial of things. And only after their house and all feeling of safety and comfort were left in tatters would he eventually apologize to his distressed girlfriend. Raoul became a narcissistic bully to Samantha. She was too scared to leave him, as he would often threaten her. The man was almost double her weight. And let's not forget that he was almost twice her age too. Now, we've already established that Raoul was not a kind person. But that doesn't mean that from time to time he did actually try to correct himself. He often talked about wanting a professional psychologist to help him with his issues and to bring the family back together. In addition to this, he also installed several surveillance cameras in his property to help defend him against the police.
I would like to have a psychologist have a word with me regularly on a regular basis to see if there's somewhere underlying, like where a problem that I haven't seen. You know, it's easy for me to say I don't do anything wrong, but I would like a professional, not a DIY thing, a professional thing for someone to come along and say, look, there's area for improvement here, this is a problem. Why don't we just have this kind of sit me down and say, right, okay, I want to see you regularly, then we can move towards where your areas of fault are, we can enhance on these areas, and work with us. This is one of the things I'm suggesting, and to me that would be the most, spend some money on trying to get this family back together instead of splitting it up, If I'm fault myself in any way, I'm open to all kinds of suggestions, but I refuse to spend the rest of my time fighting with social services. There's cameras everywhere. To be honest with you, it was to do with use. I was getting accused of a lot of things, and I ended up with about 8 cameras on the property, hidden in hedges and everything, to make sure I could pinpoint where I was in any particular time. I wasn't there for any other reason other than that.
One disgusting side note worth mentioning here, but remember when I said that she had met Raoul as a teenager? Well, it turns out that he'd been pursuing a relationship with her when she was just 15 years old, meaning that at the same time he was 30. The difference in age was a way for Raoul to keep control over Samantha. He was taller, bigger, older, and supposedly wiser, and all of those things dictated a strong sense of authority over her. And now that she had had a child with him and was financially dependent, it was even harder for her to get away. That would be until Raoul made one big mistake. In the early months of 2010, his terrible and violent behavior got the better of him when he struck one of his older kids in the face. The man was arrested and charged with assaulting a child, an action that would end in him losing everything. Samantha now technically had a legal way out of his life, should she and her child want to take it. In addition to this, Raoul now faced possible prison time, with his reputation now left in shreds. And on February the 25th, 2010, Raoul Moat was officially sentenced to 18 weeks in prison for his behavior, serving his time in Her Majesty's Prison, Durham. While behind bars, and stripped of the ability to control everything in his life, Raoul's desperation and anger grew to newfound heights. Boredom, isolation, and a bruised ego created open space for nefarious rumination, and Samantha was heavily on his mind. But outside in the real world, he wasn't on hers. As the weeks passed by, Samantha found herself falling in love with a charming man who had recently moved to the area. The man's name was Chris Brown. And no, by the way, I don't mean that Chris Brown. 29 years old at the time, he was 7 years older than Samantha. After a difficult year down south in Windsor, found near London, he decided to make the move up north for a brand new life, settling in Gateshead, which is found near Birtley. With his main profession as a karate instructor, Chris was making his way around the neighbourhoods of Birtley, knocking on doors to drum up some interest in his classes. And fatefully, one of those he would unexpectedly meet was Samantha. The two hit it off immediately. Chris was funny, charming, far smarter than Raoul, and even made Samantha laugh. And additionally, despite it being an issue for some, Chris didn't seem to mind that she was already a parent. As things became more serious between them, Samantha was left with the very terrible situation of breaking the news to Raoul. Because although she'd moved on months before, he still desperately wanted to control her. While still behind bars, Raoul became aware of Samantha's new relationship. And, as you can likely guess, this didn't sit well with him. Promising that he would find revenge, Samantha tried to intimidate Raoul by telling him that Chris was a karate instructor and a police officer. And that last part was a lie. I mean, she probably should have known better, because due to his negative obsession with the police, this would only push Raoul even harder. The news devastated Raoul. Instead of reflecting on his losses and realizing that they were the consequences of his own actions, he doubled down on his hatred. And being unable to feel compassion for the feelings of others, he continued to focus on his own entirely. It is at this moment that worrying clues began to appear. Prison guards were warned by rumors that were circulating around the prison. Apparently, Raoul had told his cellmate that he was planning on seriously injuring Samantha and her new partner. And these allegations were further backed up by one of the prison cleaners. But despite the obvious warning signs, his case was never properly addressed by prison staff or the Force Intelligence Bureau. And on July 1st, 2010, after completing his 18-week sentence, Raoul Moat was finally released from prison. Back in the real world and finally re-equipped with his mobile phone, Raoul immediately began to terrorize Samantha. Dozens of calls were made to her phone. Too scared to answer, they all went through to voicemail. With no luck on the phone, Raoul took to his own Facebook page to post the following. Just got out of jail. I've lost everything. My business, my property, and to top it all off, my lass of 6 years has gone off with the copper that sent me down. I'm not 21 and I can't rebuild my life. Watch and see what happens. And just 2 days later, the current chain of events that unfolded would sink to a whole new level. July 3rd, 2010. The time was 2:30 in the morning, and Chris and Samantha had spent the last couple of hours talking and having drinks with her mother and one of their friends. With summer keeping the night warm, the group had left the living room window open to keep themselves cool. However, the four of them were not alone. Unbeknownst to any of them at the time, but Raoul had tracked Samantha and Chris down. Finding a space underneath the window, he sat down in the garden, and with the window wide open, he listened in on their conversation. Those inside openly talked about Raoul, completely unaware that he was outside listening in. At 2:40 AM, Chris and Sam called it a night. With her mother at home and her daughter upstairs, Samantha decided to join Chris at his place. However, as soon as they opened the front door, the pair were met with a frighteningly confrontational scene. In front of them was Raoul, and in his hand was a sawn-off shotgun. Raoul shot Chris twice from point-blank range, both of these shots injuring him and then knocking him to the ground. After reloading, he then took a third shot, sadly killing him instantly. Samantha ran inside for cover, but after looking out the front window, she too was shot in the chest. And with Sam then hitting the ground, Raoul calmly walked away. The county of Tyne and Weir became dangerous in an instant, with Raoul disappearing into the night. And with the police made aware of his crimes, he was now officially a wanted man. Now, incredibly, Samantha was not killed by the attack.
He had just gone out of prison.
However, she was in critical condition. She was rushed to hospital to undergo life-saving surgery, and then put under armed guard. By sunrise, the UK had awoken to the news that Raoul Moat was armed and dangerous and at large, and that everyone should remain vigilant. Despite a myriad of sightings coming in, police actually had no idea where he was, and unknown to them at the time, he'd already changed his clothing and his vehicle. And it was at this time that this phone call was made to the police.
Hello there, this is the gunman from Berkeley last night. My name is Raoul Moat. What I'm phoning about is to tell you exactly why I've done what I've done, right? Now, my girlfriend has been having an affair behind my back with one of your officers, this gentleman that I shot last night, the karate instructor, right? He's been on to me, right, for years. He's hassled us, harassed us, he has just won't leave us alone. I went straight 6 years ago when I met her, and I've tried my best to have a normal life, and you just won't let up, right? You won't leave us alone for 5 minutes. I can't drive down the street without the blue cracking lights, you know? You have stitched us up for years, you've been caught stitching us up. So the fact of the matter is, right, that she's having an affair with one of your officers. Was he not a police officer, I wouldn't have shot him. Okay. As that, right? But the thing is, you know, it's been going on for a while. I went to jail, right? Okay. I was stitched up by you for hitting your kids, which I didn't do, right? Right. I went to jail for something I didn't do. Now, I could have took a community order, right? Yeah. But what happened is me and Sam had a discussion with the barrister. I went to jail. Within 3 to 4 weeks, the barrister promised us and let us down. She said she would have us on a retrial, get the not guilty, so me and my son would live together. I went to jail, right? Hang on a minute, because you're losing me there, yeah. Right? Well, I went to jail longer than I should have done for something I didn't do, right, which justifies it in your own head, right? And meanwhile, while I'm doing that for my missus, she's having an affair with one of your officers, right? And then when I come out, right, she's winding us up, saying that he's going to stitch us up using him, right? And, you know, that he's this, he's that, he's going to, because he's a multiple backbend, he's going to kick the ass all over the place. Okay, you know I mean? Right? And I've had nothing but grief from her. I've had a good relationship with her for 6 years, which is why we've stayed together. I've gone straight, I've got a total legitimate life with her. I've opened a business, and I've been shafted. And you police have took too much off me over the years. You won't leave alone, and now you think you can take your missus. Now, I didn't mean to shoot her like that, right? That right? They deserved it, right? But Sherry, right, you can see from the ballistics I've been altering those cartridges, right? That one was only half the powder. It was only meant to get a compensation, because obviously I'm not going to be around in a few days, right? It was meant to just give her a little injury so she could get loads of compensation. Okay. And separate the bed. Now that I found out just critical, I'm not happy about it. I didn't mean that. You know what I mean? I can't.
What the heck?
I'm quite surprised she is critical, you know? But I didn't mean that. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not coming in alive. You have hassled me for so many years. Come anywhere near me and I'll kill you. I've got 2 hostages at the minute, right? Come anywhere near me and I'll kill them as well. I'm coming to get you. I'm not on the run. I am coming to get you. You have made me unwell. You have made me do this because you just won't leave me out of, you know, you won't leave us alone.
Can you confirm you've got 2 hostages?
I've confirmed I've got 2 hostages, yes. Right.
And where are you?
I'm not going to tell you where I am.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
Don't worry, right?
Yeah. Can I just confirm who you are? Can you give me your date of birth, please?
Yes, it's the 17th of June, 1973.
Right, okay then, thank you very much.
Right, I am very sorry for what's happened with Sam. That's not what I meant.
Right.
You know? But I'll tell you something else, this other idiot in the paper that's saying I pointed the gut, you know, he's had to, like, you know, he starts having to control him and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
He was accused, right? I heard rumours in jail that he was sleeping with my son. Now, I saw the Tom start yesterday, and he said he heard the same rumours as well, but he didn't believe it was true, but he was definitely trying to get into it. So listen to me, but I'll tell you, he was the first one to run and hide upstairs, leaving his wife and leaving everybody else. You know what I mean? He didn't stand there and let a gun point at me, because had I pointed him, I would have shot him, because I do believe he was getting into it. There's been a lot of nonsense going on behind my back while I've been in jail. She's changed. She's not all changed. And every time I spoke to her and tried to be reasonable, she wouldn't let us anywhere near the bed.
Right.
She wouldn't go to the house, she wouldn't discuss anything, and she was threatening for one of your officers.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I've had enough. I've jailed made us unwell, I've came out with different kids. You know what I mean? I've lost everything through you. Right? Just won't leave us alone, right? So at the end of the day, you killed me and Tim before that trigger was ever pulled. Right. You know what I mean?
We are trying to help you, yeah.
You're not trying to help us. You wanted me to do myself in, and I was going to do it until I found out about him properly and what was going on. And as soon as I found out, I thought, no, you've had too much from me. You've had too much from me. You'll get your chance to kill us, right? You'll get your chance to kill us.
No, okay? We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
You do want me to kill myself, but I'm going to give you a chance, because I am...
Oh, hello, boss.
Raoul's
What's
phone
up?
call was
How are you
cold,
today?
calculated and deliberate. And in those 5
okay.
minutes, he had
Slow.
officially declared war
Is
against
it?
the police. Sadly, his paranoia had
I
got...
was thought I'd pop in and see what's happening, but if that's the case, I might go and sleep back under the desk again.
Yeah, it's really slow. I only did a freak Lenny and that was it.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on yesterday.
You know anything about the declassified tulip that's in the
No, I
book?
just saw that in the emails. Got no idea. It wasn't there yesterday. I was in, I don't know, mid afternoon or early morning, mid lunch, whatever. Yesterday,
Do you
my
know
time.
a guy called Tim Tiller?
Tim, no,
Okay.
didn't ring any bells. Is that who it was meant to be for?
For the car trailer.
Oh, yeah, and I'd heard about that, yeah. No, I don't, no. Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah. I don't know how you transfer and then it's still they technically didn't transfer. It's still in the blip, meaning they never
In the
did
blip,
anything.
yeah.
They probably just got on the car and just stored it.
Yep. Yeah, to be honest, I always tell them before, like, that they've got to have a car here that can actually tow it away. I don't store the trailers just because it's, I don't know. I know you can do it, but...
Yeah.
I feel so insignificant next to you with those heels on. I am so short.
It's funny when someone's like, "Hey, shorty," and I'm like, "You're shorter than I am."
Yeah, fucking... The little young Danny's trying to riz you up. Yes, no, a lot of Glendale's been going out the door the last few days. I thought I was going to get my first letter this week. Not making my quota.
I thought so too.
Honestly, it's because I refuse to grief it. I'm not going to get someone come in and buy 5 Asayas from me.
But no, I saw you and Beth trying, so.
That's alright, we got there in the end. Well, I assume she got there as well, but...
Yeah. I've already warned 2 and fired 2, so.
Oh, really? I seen there's a few more came in as well.
Yeah, because Mango knew I was gonna fire people.
Ah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I saw there was a few that looked like they were on the chopping block.
I just don't get it. Like, it's so like, yes, maybe something happened and you don't, like, the first thing you don't think is to inform your IC job because it doesn't matter. But honestly, if it really doesn't matter, if you get warned or if you get terminated, don't sick about it because
It also doesn't matter, yeah.
it doesn't matter, right? Like, if it mattered, you would have done something about it or communicated anything. There was nothing.
Yeah,
I
as
just
said,
don't
yeah,
like the silly excuses. I'm a person that does my KPI on top of everything else. So.
Yeah, you're either gonna hit it or you're not. Like, I know that I was in here and someone said, I'll just buy, you know, how many essays you need, I'll buy them for you. And you can
I've
hit there.
not
I'm like,
missed
nah.
my KPI in 3 years, so.
Like, I'd rather hit it genuinely or not. Get a warning. If I get a warning, so be it. It's my choice to be in here or not be in here. Like. Alright, well, I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna go sleep under the desk again then, and might come back a bit later on when it's a bit busier. I don't want us to
Yeah.
go fighting for the one sale that'll come through in the next 2 hours. It's funny, it's weird though. This time you could have nothing, or you could have like
It's either
5 or
it's
6.
either you skew up the stragglers that needed PDM during the grave hour, or
Yeah,
there's nothing.
yeah.
Craven
Or there's-
probably scooped them up already, so.
Yeah, he's in that hour that like in that time where the desperation people are around. Or you just get people in the inbox complaining that there's no one here.
I mean, it's only that one person, not gonna
Oh,
lie.
I could not help myself that day.
Like, saying that there's like, what? There are people that actually say that there's like 8 customers waiting when there's only one that actually needs a free Glendale.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
No, I couldn't help I know it's not not in my job description to be replying to the inbox, but I couldn't help myself on that day.
Mm.
Some people just need to hear it every now and then.
But that guy's pretty notorious. He's been in the city for quite a long time, and he should know, but apparently does not.
Easier to whinge.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, have fun. Good luck on the sales.
Okay. Alright, the back out.
Better of him, and Raoul believed that all officers were out for his blood. He felt betrayed by the system, betrayed by his attorney, and even betrayed by his ex-girlfriend. He also believed that she was now dating a police officer, and with nothing to lose, Raoul didn't plan to go out without a fight. One of the officers out on patrol that night was a 42-year-old man named David Rathband. And just after midnight, he parked his police car in the roundabout connecting the A1 to the A69. He was entirely unaware that, as he sat there, Raoul had just declared war on the police, making him a target. He was also unaware that Raoul was only minutes behind him. Since the suspect had changed cars earlier that day, all officers were looking for the wrong type of vehicle. So when Raoul drove by in a black Lexus, David was none the wiser. Noticing the cop car, Raoul parked nearby, pulled out his sawn-off shotgun, and then walked towards it. And after walking next to the window and making eye contact with David, the man then pulled the trigger, blasting the police officer in the face.
Wow.
Despite being severely wounded, David would also not die from his injuries. And after playing dead and allowing Raoul to flee, he then called his colleagues to warn them. Sadly, David became blind in both eyes after the attack.
Oh,
He recalls
no.
looking into Raoul's eyes, seeing no emotion at all, and then suddenly feeling an intense pain all over his face. Raoul downing an officer changed almost everything about this case. It went from a typical homicide motivated by jealousy to an active shooter targeting officers. The police knew that this was very serious business, and every officer on the street was now a walking target. Therefore, they would have to be very careful with Raoul. However, before they had any time to react, yet another phone call came in to the police.
I've just told your officer that the roundabout in the west end of Newcastle.
Yes,
Well, absolutely not going to stop. You're going to have to kill me.
right.
Damn, this guy.
And so began the escalated manhunt, which to this day is still one of the largest recorded in the UK. A total of 160 specially trained armed officers were deployed to find Raoul, which represented approximately 10% of those nationally available at any one time. In addition to Northumbria's police force of 100 officers, they also leaned on 40 additional armed officers from London and 20 from the north. As Raoul's spree entered the second day, officers received intelligence to suggest that he may have been holding 2 hostages. This intelligence would also lead officers to believe that he had made his way to a rural town named Rothbury, which was located around 30 miles or 50 kilometers northwest of the roundabout. Now, Rothbury isn't that large of a town, but it does have many places to hide. And although there were indications that he had made his way here, police officers wouldn't receive any more clues for a while. Helicopters hovered above in relentless pursuit of the wanted man. And down below, the streets of Birtley, Newcastle, Rothbury and further afield were littered with police officers. The residents of Tyne and Weir had never seen anything like this. Police activity had rocketed to unprecedented levels. Multiple raids were made on properties across the area, though all of these efforts were unsuccessful in capturing Raoul or his supposed hostages. Northumberland police issued a statement to Raoul begging him to give himself up. They further explained that Chris Brown was not an officer, and that there seemed to be miscommunication between Samantha and himself.
You have our full attention.
Officers eventually found his black Lexus car, which was located on an estate to the east of Rothbury Town Centre. Despite this finding, Raoul remained undetected, and unknown to anyone at the time, he was actually up in the woodlands, laying low and living in a small tent. A 2-mile exclusion zone was set up in an effort to detain him, but little did they know that the man was already relaxing outside of the zone in his own tent. And as the day became long in the tooth, the authorities learned that there actually were no hostages. In fact, the 2 men with Raoul were actually his accomplices. Carl Ness and Karam Owan were already involved with Raoul days before he had even pulled the trigger on Chris and Sam. While Raoul was in prison, Carl had actually spied on Samantha, sourced him the gun, and even stalked Chris Brown online. After killing Chris, Karam helped Raoul and Carl evade officers by driving them around Tyne and Weir. The 2 men also waited for Raoul while he shot David in his car, and after this, all 3 men fled to Rothbury before setting up camp. Karam then sent a letter to his sister confessing his crimes, and despite telling her to burn the letter, she instead handed it over to the authorities. I wonder why. In the letter, Karam said, "It is my friend that is holding me hostage. I am actually safer than safe. But this deed will see me a made man. I'm actually hiding out at a secret location well out of harm's way. Burn this letter after you have read it. Not sure about showing this to Mum and Dad though, as they will spill the beans and that will lead to me actually being shot. Love you." With Carl and Karam now considered accomplices instead of hostages, officers could now be less tentative with Raoul's capture, and on July the 7th, his 2 henchmen were found along one of Rothbury's rural roads. A helicopter actually captured the entire thing on video. Undercover officers approached the men in unmarked vehicles, and within 5 seconds, they had stunned, immobilized, and successfully captured both men. Being honest, that was actually quite impressive. Officers would eventually find Raoul's campsite, which included a tent, a duvet, a mobile phone, and an 8-page letter to Samantha. But what really concerned them was what was found on that mobile phone. It turns out that Raoul had been watching the news ever since being on the run, and had been growing more and more agitated by the so-called lies they'd been portraying on him. In a haunting voice recording made to the police, Raoul promised to kill an innocent civilian for every new lie that the media created. Now, of course, this terrified the police. They requested a media blackout, and moving forward on July the 8th, all news stations stopped reporting on the case. It is obvious that Raoul still wanted control of the situation, and this is why he made threats of punishment should the world not do as he desired. But time was running out for him. He had no friends, no car, no money, no mobile phone, and nowhere to go. But despite all of this, he was still at large 5 days after murdering Chris. In addition to the 8-page letter left for Sam, officers would also find a 14-page letter named Murder Statement addressed to the police. In this letter, Raoul wrote, "I guess I finally lost it. I am not on the run. I will keep killing police until I am dead. They've hunted me for years. Now it's my turn. The police should fear me, as I won't stop until I am dead. They took it all from me. My kids, my freedom, my house, and then Sam. Where could I go from there? Obviously, I have issues, but I was pushed. I am a killer and a maniac, but I ain't no coward. I was terrified of losing Sam, as I knew I'd lost the plot. Now I've realized Sam is really hurt, and I'm gutted. I never meant that. Those doctors better save her life, or I'll hit that hospital. I still love her despite everything, but my head is a mess right now, and I know I'm far too gone to make much sense of it. I can't understand why she pushed me when she knew. I think she thought that part of me was gone, and in many respects, I wish it had. There is always that other side that takes over when I get hurt, and only Sam can control it. I am very sorry about Sam. I wish I hadn't shot her. Just make sure she stays alive. I never cheated on her. I wish she had not on me. She pulled the trigger by doing so, just as much as me." Shortly after discovering these letters, officers released a new public statement.
We have established that Mr. Moat has been living rough in a tent in a secluded spot near to Rothbury. We've recovered the tent and other items from the scene. This includes another letter, purportedly from Mr. Mudd. This is an 8-page handwritten document addressed to Samantha. In it, Mr. Mudd reasserts his belief that Samantha's partner was a police officer. I repeat, this is not the case. Mr. Mudd, I've said it before and I will say it again. We want to apprehend you safely. Please give yourself up. Given the urgency to locate and detain Mr. Mudd, we have decided to offer a £10,000 reward for information which leads directly to Mr. Mudd's detention.
But despite their best efforts to get back into contact with Raoul, he had quite literally disappeared. In the days surrounding this time frame, Raoul's silence created paranoia among the public. People were aware that he was armed, explosively emotional, and dangerous. And with no confirmed sighting in recent days, he could theoretically be anywhere. Theories and rumours began to spread like wildfire. A topography map of the area shows that Rothbury is situated between two hills, leaving it rather prone to flooding. Now, the council mitigated that scenario by introducing a network of storm drains. However, what they didn't account for was an armed and dangerous gunman who could use the drain network to get around easily and undetected. The townspeople began to speculate that Raoul may be living amongst them. Crops allegedly disappeared from gardens, bins appeared to be rummaged through, and one resident even claimed that their bed had apparently been slept in. Windows and doors were locked, children were pulled out of school to remain at home, and many residents stayed away from their windows. But on the evening of July the 9th, 2010, the manhunt would reach its final chapter. At 7:25 PM, a Rothbury resident called the police to report a sighting of Raoul Moat. The man was apparently standing next to the bank of the River Coquette. The discovery sent the police, and unfortunately the media, into meltdown. Where the river surrounded him on one side, officers surrounded him on the other. A standoff ensued, taking Raoul, dozens of officers and negotiators into the night. Reporters and camera crews alike were eager to get as close as possible, filling in the nooks and crannies that officers didn't occupy. Back at home, millions of people watched on, witnessing Raoul's final stand from the comfort of their own sofa. However, at 1:34 AM, the stalemate suddenly turned into complete commotion. After trying to take his own life, Raoul was immediately rushed to the hospital. However, by 2:20 AM, he was pronounced dead. This wouldn't be the end of the authorities' problems, however. After a 6-hour standoff with the officers and eventually his death, it was learned that Raoul was actually shot with 2 experimental long-range electric tasers just before taking his own life. Now, this caused a lot of controversy in the early days, because nobody knew when exactly he'd been shot by these tasers. Obviously, being tasered will force most of your muscles to contract, and if Raoul had his finger on the trigger, well, it doesn't take a trained physician to know what would happen next. A senior IPCC investigator told the inquest that during the final confrontation, Raoul had in fact been shot by 2 officers from West Yorkshire Police with taser guns in an apparent attempt to prevent Raoul from killing himself. However, at the time, it was still not clear whether the tasers were fired before or after he turned the gun on himself. It was learned that the type of taser used was a long-range X-Rep which operates without wires. But these tasers were experimental at the time and were not actually certified to be used by the police. Back in the days when Theresa May was Home Secretary and not another atrocious Prime Minister, she revoked the firm's license after confirming that these tasers were never officially approved for use. When it comes to the legal proceedings of this case, there isn't much I can say for Raoul Moat himself. Obviously, this is because the man is dead. But on the other hand, his two accomplices, Carl Ness and Karama Wan, would face the full force of the law. Carl Ness was tried for the murder of Christopher Brown, conspiracy to murder, and the attempted murder of PC David Rathband. And in the end, he was sentenced to 3 concurrent life sentences, totaling a minimum of 40 years behind bars. Karama Wan received 2 concurrent life sentences, one for conspiracy to murder and the other for the attempted murder of PC David Rathband. He will serve at least 20 years in jail. Right, so personally, I'm not too sure what to think about these charges. I mean, I've seen actual murderers get a mere 7 years behind bars. And so to see these 2 people who never actually pulled the trigger to get multiple life sentences, it does seem quite steep. But then again, I'm just a barista, so what do I know, right? Both men were also sentenced to 7 years for robbery, with Carl given an additional 5 years for possession of a firearm. In the immediate aftermath of Raoul's death, discussion erupted amongst the public. Raoul Moat was the #1 trending topic on Twitter for multiple days, and dozens of Facebook groups were created. This even resulted in a Raoul Moat memorial page on Facebook, dedicated to remembering and sympathizing with the man. The page generated 36,000 members in the space of a few days. And although, yeah, not many people liked the police, I'm kind of lost for words with that one. Now, there is one other side note worth mentioning, which I don't think is worth talking about more than it needs to be. But during Raoul's standoff with the police, former England football player Paul Gascoigne actually turned up at the scene with a dressing gown, beer, bread, chicken, and a fishing rod. Paul would later admit that he'd snorted so much cocaine that night that he actually thought that Raoul was his brother. He also thought that he could defuse the entire situation if he could just talk and catch fish with Raoul. So yeah, seriously, stay away from hard drugs, kids. Before we dive into Raoul's psychology, it is also worth mentioning that this was a small turning point for live coverage in the UK. The media were accused of glamorizing Raoul by often using descriptions such as having a hulking physique and being a notorious hard man. Simultaneously, they also provided barely any coverage about his victims, which seemed to piss a lot of people off. It was also learned that during their live coverage, Sky News had even used police-issued body armor and semi-automatic rifles as studio props. AOL had even incorrectly published a satirical article, which joked that schools across Britain were being closed so the entire family could watch the grisly finale live on TV. Now, there is a lot to be said about Raoul and his state of mind both before and during his actions. From the early days, and still to this very day, friends and family of Raoul claim that his desperation to create the perfect family life that he never had could be what led him to his violent rampage. They also claim that he came from a dysfunctional background with very little maternal affection. And okay, true, this could partially explain some of his behaviour, but not quite the full suite. One of the UK's most popular channels, ITV, has recently created a 3-episode drama series based around Raoul Moat, but this was widely condemned by Samantha and most of the victims' families. I can kind of understand why too, because after watching some of it, it is obvious to see that they portrayed his personality as some sort of aggressive, brooding, strong figure who was not to be reckoned with. This is in stark contrast to the type of person that he actually was. I mean, sure, he was tall, there is no getting around that, but he was more of a troubled man who abused steroids, didn't know how to control his emotions, and clearly had daddy issues. I mean, one of the last things he said before he pulled the trigger is, "I wish I knew my dad, I never had one." Now, obviously, Raoul's problems are much more complex than that, but like most of the people that I cover on this channel, and I say most, those terrifying characters are actually just vulnerable and very dysfunctional people. It's hard to give a synopsis on Raoul's mental health, especially when there doesn't seem to be much of a professional opinion online. Tabloids all seem to say the same thing. He was paranoid, suspicious, mistrustful of authority figures, victimized himself, and blamed others for his misfortune. But without any real psychological evaluation, which can't exactly happen with a dead patient, there isn't much else that can be concluded. Steroids were likely partially to blame for his extreme mood swings, though they don't justify or explain his actions. Raoul was incredibly nasty, controlling and violent to those around him, and had even been sent to prison for assaulting his own child. There was one small glimmer of potential redemption at one point, however, when he expressed his desire for therapy months before the attack, indicating that he likely felt some level of guilt and regret for his long-term behaviour. One could argue that if he received professional help, then maybe the course of his actions may have ended up being different. Raoul felt deliberately targeted by the police. He had even installed surveillance cameras around his property because he felt he needed an alibi at all times. But this was a mere opinion without any proof or evidence. And if anything, the police hadn't failed Raoul, they had failed his victims. Raoul had talked about injuring or even killing Samantha and Chris weeks before he was released from prison. And those he had confided in had even grassed him to the prison staff. Communication between Her Majesty's Prison Durham and the police were entirely inadequate, and neither Chris nor Sam were aware of their impending doom. Now, unfortunately, despite me searching for longer than usual, not a great deal is known about Chris Brown. He had escaped his life back in Windsor to find a new lease of life up north. Working hard and earnestly, he delivered leaflets for business from door to door, only to fall in love with a woman who so desperately wanted to feel loved. Chris gave Samantha all that he had, and for the short time that they were together, she remembered what happiness felt like. It is a tragedy that he lost his life simply for being a better man than Raoul. Chris had no chance to fight back. Neither did Samantha. Despite being permanently blinded, David Rathband survived his injuries, and even after 17 days in hospital, more than 200 bullets remained lodged in his skull. He won national praise for coping with his new disability by setting up the Blue Light Foundation to help emergency workers injured at work. But sadly, his story is filled with more tragedy, with some of that his own wrongdoing as well. David waited for more than 12 months before receiving any sort of counselling, which surely would have had a massive impact on his mental health. His marriage with his wife unfortunately crumbled after she learned that he had yet another affair. And after already enduring a few of those, she filed for divorce. The divorce left David feeling both hopeless and helpless. His ex-wife also claims that she then had to seek help when he became verbally abusive, and sadly, he would take his own life the very next day. Samantha has tried to keep out of the spotlight since her last interview, which was dated in 2012. She has covered her scars from the event with tattoos, including a cross dedicated to Chris Brown. It is not known what she is doing nowadays, but she is now in her 30s, and personally, I sincerely hope that she is doing well. I think I'm gonna wrap this one up here today, folks. I don't actually think I've made a video this long before, but I really do hope that you enjoyed the special. Before you go though, I would love to hear what you think about this case, and also what you think about the longer format. As always, if you'd like to follow me on my adventures or learn about more true crime, then please follow me on Instagram and Twitter. And of course, if you'd like to support me directly, then please check out my Patreon. I greatly appreciate the support. With this video being so long, I am going to hazard a guess and think this is the only one I released this week. But I'll be back again next week for a whole new video or two. However, in the meantime, and as always, please remember to look after yourself. Look after...
Can't wait to see the next episode of Dude Eat Dog this weekend.
I mean, we talked about traveling and going places, doing stuff and going to restaurants and waking up next to each other, and within a couple of weeks, the I love yous, and I want to be with yous and stuff started. That's why I reached out to you, to see if you guys could find out the truth.
What's up, Seekers? Welcome back to another episode of Scamfish presented by SocialCatfish.com.
They supposedly cloned me and convinced her to go to China to get some medication that I would need for my back.
On today's episode, we speak to a 64-year-old man named Mark from New York. Mark's been in contact with a woman named Eileen who he met on the dating app Plenty of Fish. The two have been in contact for close to a year now. Eileen lived close by and the two were planning to meet up in person, until she had to make a sudden trip to Spain after her mother suffered with a heart attack. Mark is having doubts Eileen may not be who she claimed to be after sending her nearly $30,000 to essentially fund her life while helping her mother in Spain. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of this. Real quick, guys, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your comment and like could help
these
stop someone
catfishes
from being
involve
scammed.
big bucks.
Let's get into it.
Hi, Social Catfish. This is Mark. I am a wheelchair user. I had a spinal cord tumor when I was a baby. That has not really slowed me down. I became a healthcare professional, was in practice for close to 30 years. For the past 24 years, I had been with my significant other. We had 2 kids. I preferred to have held on to it. We were never officially married, so there was no divorce per se. She was working, I was working. It just didn't ever happen. When the kids went out of the house and I was home all the time because of COVID, I guess it was just too much strain on the relationship, and we sort of, well, not mutually, but decided to live in separate places. Going to be alone was sort of scary and depressing. At that point, I figured I could try to meet somebody, online dating. You know, I know I'm intelligent, I know I'm pretty funny, personable, and I know it's also difficult to find a woman who's willing to accept her man being in a wheelchair.
After setting up his dating profile on Plenty of Fish, Mark came across a woman's profile by the name of Eileen. He thought she was attractive, so he messaged her.
I met her on Plenty of Fish in July of 22. It turns out that her real name was Eileen, and I just said, well, I'm interested that you are a nurse assistant looking to become an RN, and I think that's really cool. I respect the fact that you're trying to improve yourself. And she says, well, thank you, and I'd like to meet up with you if you'd like, given that you're living fairly close to here. And she said that would be great. We did not actually ever speak or see each other. We'd been communicating by text. She was always telling me she had a
What's
Google
up,
phone
Josie?
not set up for video. I found that somewhat unusual, since I thought everybody had a phone that could do video, but I guess I was wrong. She seemed intelligent. She seemed emotionally mature, and she seemed sure.
You guys always come in together.
Well, she told me she was 45.
Like, where Josie is, Brian is. When Brian comes in, Josie's right there too. Like, what?
If people want to be together, it's not like I'm 60 and going out with a 20.
Yeah, nothing to hold down though. Like, there's literally have been no
For
customers
Inca Queen,
for an hour now.
said she was from Peru, and she called me MW, Mandingo Warrior. I don't know how she came up with it. I mean, I thought Mandingo was like something from like Roots or some show on TV. How she came up with it, I asked her, and she says, well, you're my warrior. And I was like, oh, okay. I was sort of tickled by the fact that she had a name for me, so I accepted it. She said that she really wanted to be with me, that she, was going to keep me up for 3 nights and not let me go to sleep because I was going to make up for all the lost time that she hasn't been with somebody. I was like, well, yeah, that sounds interesting. I mean, there was a lot of innuendo and a lot of sexual talking and stuff. There was certainly a component of lust there, because she was sending me pictures of herself in various dressed and undressed states. Within a couple of weeks, the I love yous, and I want to be with yous and stuff started. It just sort of became the background for all our other discussions that, we want to be together, we love each other, and things like that.
Mark and Eileen spoke for a few days over text. They were planning to meet up, but things went left when Eileen had to take a trip to Spain to help her mother, who was hospitalized. So Eileen immediately hopped on the next flight from New York to Spain and let Mark know she had arrived.
Then she's in the ICU, and then she's been ventilated on a respirator. She was like, yeah, I really want to meet up with you, and but I can't leave Spain until Mom's okay. I completely understand that.
This is where the scam starts.
She talked a lot about, she was worried that her mother might die, and she was in a strange country, and she wasn't eating well, and she was at the hospital so many hours a day, and when she wasn't at the hospital, she was studying. I keep her apprised with the things I'm doing. I wish you were with me. And she's like, I really would like to be there with you. And I was always wish you were here and that kind of stuff. But it was an unusual initial phase of a relationship. Plus, it was only text.
Eileen's mother was in critical condition. She had left all of her money in New York and was locked out of her bank account. This is when things took a big turn.
the first time that Eileen asked me for money was so that she could get food when she was in Spain, and she needed to pay the hospital some money for her mother in Spain, where she said she was. All right, if I care about somebody and I have to trust that they're telling me the truth, and I sent her some money. Then it was her birthday, so I sent her a little money for her birthday present. I mean, we weren't together, so she could, she purchased something there. But the first time she asked me for a substantial amount of money was for her airfare ticket to go back to Peru. At some point, a check was sent to me in her name, for her, to my mailing address, for $132,000 that she said was because she sold the boat that she inherited from her father, and she sold her Mercedes SUV. And all along she's like, well, I have this money, and anything you send me, I'll reimburse you when we're together. I wanted to believe her, so I did. So I was sending her money to support herself. And
well, things got a little out of hand when Mark was messaged by hackers who claimed they had cloned him. These
cloned you
hackers
and lured her
managed to
here.
get
What?
Eileen to think that Mark needed her to go to China to get some special medicine he needed for his back. Eileen supposedly took the bait and hopped on the plane to China.
They supposedly cloned me and convinced her to go to China to get some medication that I would need for my back. She was then supposedly tricked into going to China to pick up this medicine for me. She's insisting she's in China.
As of today, the hackers have kidnapped Eileen and are holding her hostage until Mark pays the $14,000.
What the fuck is this story?
Where hacker supposedly arranges for what she calls PMCs, private military contractors,
oh
to
my
go rescue her
gosh.
from wherever she is in Guangzhou. They're like, well, it's going to cost $14,000 to extract her from China. I told my friends about her, and they said, what, are you crazy? It's a scam. It's a total scam, and it's an obvious scam. I don't know if it is or it isn't. And I didn't want it to be, so I persisted, even though, like, my family and my friends said, you're nuts. I guess I am.
This story seems so far-fetched.
So
Yet,
far-fetched.
A part of Mark feels like it could be true. He enjoyed communicating with Eileen, and the fact that someone could possibly be in danger haunts him every day.
I could have seen being with her, for a long time. But, we talked about traveling and going places and doing stuff and going to restaurants and waking up next to each other and, her going back to school and those things. So we had talked about the possibilities of a future and a real life, but if you were to tell me Eileen was real, I would feel really bad. I, would feel really bad. At this point, I sort of hope that she's not real, because if she was real, then I fucked it up. That's why I reached out to you, to see if you guys could find out the truth.
It's a scam.
Well, Seekers, Eileen was still requesting money from Mark until
they always
this day
target
to get
the
out of
elderly,
whatever hole she was in. We had a lot to look into, and we needed to make sure we researched everything. Yes, the stories were obviously unreal, but if Eileen was telling the truth, that would mean she would actually be in danger. This case became a priority for us. We had to first verify this woman's real name. After using all the tools on our website, socialcatfish.com, our team was able to find out the truth about who Eileen really was. The hackers were still threatening Mark, and he was anxious to hear back from us. So we sat down with him and went over everything we were able to find.
Real quick, guys. Don't
Wait,
forget
so
to
he
like,
didn't send the
comment, and
money?
subscribe.
If he
Your
didn't,
comment
good on
and like
him.
could help stop someone from being scammed. Let's get into it.
If she's a real person, I would prefer to be with her. If she's a scam, or it's not even a
I
shame,
know.
then I want to hit them where they hit me.
And what are your conversations with Eileen like lately?
She
Hey,
texted
Reagan, have you
me
ever seen
and
Catfish the
said that,
TV
"Oh,
show
I'm back in Peru
by
with my
Neve?
mother." I was like, yeah, I mean, she just never stops that lie.
I want to go over a bunch of stuff with you. So we dug into everything that you gave us.
Those
right?
involve like
And so the
people
first thing that I
like
want to
making
go
them
over
meet.
is the passport that she sent you.
Yeah,
that
dude.
passport
Whatever
initially, what
happened
was
to
your
it? Did they ever continue
Well,
the
since
last
I didn't
season?
know
I
what the
haven't seen
passport
any
really looked like,
episodes.
I was like,
I
oh,
just,
all right,
you know.
maybe she's legitimate.
This passport was 100% fake. The solid background on Eileen's photo was a dead giveaway that it had been photoshopped. If this was a real passport, the background would either be white or off-white. What else can you point out that's been photoshopped on this passport? Comment down below.
Initially, when you got the passport, did that make you feel at peace with, sending her money?
It made me feel like, hey, maybe this is a real person. So yeah, I felt a little more confident.
So, Mark, we took a look at the Cash App transactions that you made to Tracy, Robert, Larry, and Alan. We were able to verify that all of these people were real, and they were all those real people's Cash Apps.
These people are actually money mules.
Hello.
Hello, I can help you.
What's your cheapest van for hunting? Because I just need a lot of shit to store.
Rumpo Trail? That one's 27,600. Has 400 kgs in storage.
What's one up that?
What's the budget you're looking for?
Anything really?
There is the Benson. The Benson is 115,000, but has 5,000 in storage.
I'll get that.
You want to get the Benson?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no worries.
There you go.
Yeah, let me go grab your van and I'll meet you at the back.
No worries.
So just follow me. There we go.
It's huge, holy fuck. Perfect.
And all yours.
Thank you so much.
You want me to put it away or would like to drive it out?
Oh, no, it's fine. I'll drive it.
Yeah, no worries. Me too.
And they were told a similar story as you. Hey, look, can you send it to this person and they'll give it to me? And so, this does a few things. This makes you feel more confident, and because you're sending it to a real person. I mean, you even go to the Cash App and you pull up the profile, and there's a real picture behind it.
All of the people that Mark had sent money to were victims in other scams. It's common for scammers to use their victims to move money around.
As you know, we have a reverse image search. Often it takes more than just running a search, to find out who the person is. But we are actually able to track down and find out who the person in the images is. It's actually an adult film actress. Her name's Nolly Rocks.
Yeah, no wonder there were so many pictures of her.
It turns out the woman in these photos is not Eileen. These photos were stolen from adult film actress Nolly Rocks. We were able to find her Facebook and Pinterest profiles. She does not have a mother in Peru, and she is not from New York either. Nolly Rocks is a victim just like Mark. Her photos were copied and pasted onto this profile to dupe innocent people out of money.
Let me ask you this. Did you look at the Annabelle Eamon link, lead there? Because I have a feeling that she might have been behind the whole thing.
So we actually pulled the emails for both those people, Eileen and Annabelle. So, you know, when you register a Google account, you put whatever name is your name and you attach to that Google account. Well, both emails were both registered under the same name. So they both had the exact same name attached to them, Annabelle.
When Annabelle texted me and when Eileen texted me, the syntax, the errors, the grammar were all really similar.
So we pulled the cryptocurrency that you had sent, but the last wallet address that you had sent us had thousands of dollars go through that wallet from November up until early January. And that wallet had money deposited out of it into 2 South African exchanges. So the interesting thing about this is Africa outlawed crypto like a few years ago. These exchanges are not supposed to be around anymore and supposed to be active. In fact, the funds were supposed to be frozen in these accounts, or people had to move the money out of the accounts. People are still using these accounts today, and so the money that you had sent, including there's other people that have been sending money to these accounts, ended up in these, one was a Nigerian exchange and the other was a South African exchange.
So actually, my lawyer was right, and I have good taste in women, but I'm pretty stupid when it comes to scamming. I forced myself to believe something that sort of realistically is unbelievable.
And I just want to say, Mark, like, this is like a super common scam. It's usually an actress of some sort with a lot of content online. Do you think that had something to do with you falling for this?
I've never seen her before, so, and I'm not really into, or, you know, so I doubt it. You know, when here's an attractive woman saying, you know, it makes no difference that I'm in a wheelchair, and they find me very attractive, and we're having all kinds of discussions about all kinds of things, you know, of course with a little sprinkling of, you know, what I'm going to do to you when I come to you from Peru or Spain. I was like, you know, then your alarm signals get dulled.
The thing about these scams, Mark, is, you know, they play with every single emotion, right? Obviously, there's the sexual emotion, but it's your heart and the wanting to be needed, and, you know, the conversation and just having somebody around. And so, you know, especially through COVID. And so, you know, these are the worst types of scams there are, because they last for months and months or years and years. And it's not like just going online and actually buying something or clicking on a button and just making a quick mistake. These are things that happen over a long period of time, and they're trying to groom you. And that's why you got everything you got. You got pictures and you got passports, and other people reaching out to you to build this story and make you really question yourself.
If it had been real, the stories would have made a great novel.
Sure.
Oh well, I guess I won't be writing the next great novel.
Well, hopefully you'll be writing the next great chapter of your life. How's that?
That would be fine. That would be good. Well, hopefully your mouth to God's ears.
Eileen still claims the hackers are trying to harm her and that she still needs money. The next day, Mark ended up blocking Eileen, and we're working with him to report everything in hopes to get some of his money back. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Remember, all of our new videos go out every Wednesday, so please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, Seekers, we'll see you guys next time.
But this one. Scammer used religion to steal $25,000 from a woman. Holy.
that the Lord is doing.
Over the past 4 years, probably somewhere along the lines of 20,000 to 25,000.
He's going to do that. He's going to try to strike things up just to destroy, and he's going to be happy. Yeah.
What's up, Seekers? Welcome back to another episode of Scamfish presented by SocialCatfish.com.
If you were to tell me that Matthew was real, I would be ecstatic. It would be my dream come true.
I just want to tell you something. Okay. I love you. I love you more and more.
On today's episode, we speak to a 61-year-old woman named Jeanette from Colorado. She's been in contact with a man named Johnny on the dating app Christian Mingle. The two hit it off about 4 years ago. Although Jeanette has never met this man in person, she is madly in love with him. After sending Johnny over $25,000 to help him get back home from Africa, she is now starting to have doubts that she will ever meet him in person. First, let's see what Jeanette has to say so we can get to the bottom of this. Real quick, guys, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your comment and like could help stop someone from being scammed. Let's get into it.
Hello, Social Catfish. My name is Jeanette. I was divorced in 2016 after being married for almost 33 years. My ex-husband remarried within about 18 months of our divorce to his high school sweetheart. I guess I was feeling very lonely and kind of like just left behind. My youngest daughter, she suggested, setting up some profiles. Got onto Christian Mingle, and that's where I met this man. The first message that I got from him on that app was he liked my smile. One of the first things that he asked me was, why did I divorce my husband? Because he is a Christian as well, and in some circles that's a pretty big deal. When I explained to him the things that happened, he apologized on behalf of men for what had happened to me. I didn't get any creepy feelings about him, and I had my daughter read all of his messages as well. And she agreed with me that this sounded like, an okay person to try to connect with.
The first week was believable. He sounded almost too good to be true. And then once it kind of got more serious and she was talking about wanting to meet him.
Jeanette's daughter is the one who originally hooked her up with Johnny on Christian Mingle. After 4 years of phone calls and messages that Johnny has sent claiming he would show up, she has grown sick of this man and feels he is taking advantage of her mom.
I don't find any validity in anything that he's said to her.
He is Swedish, born in Nacka, came to the States in his 30s, 51, almost 52, and he had his own business. He was a construction consultant, but that he had just landed a contract with Millennial Challenge Corporation. He's very intelligent. He has a great sense of humor, well-read.
And then he's gonna
witty.
ask for money.
He wants to know how I'm feeling and what I'm thinking. And I'm not used to that.
When Jeanette and Johnny first got in contact, they slowly began to talk more and more. She enjoyed talking to him so much, it became a daily routine to text him from the morning all the way through the night.
He told me his wife died and he'd been praying for the Lord to send him a woman, a wife, After he met me, he felt very confident that I was the one. It was like the second or third time that I talked to him, it was within 10 days that he told me he loved me. And of course, at that point in time, I was dealing, I guess, and working through my ex-husband's marriage.
My mother is a hopeless romantic.
I definitely see a future with him. I mean, right now we're planning a future. We have discussed the sexual aspect of our relationship. We are very strongly attracted to each other physically, and at least from, you know, he's seen pictures of me, and from the pictures that I've seen of him, we view the physical attraction and relationship as an extension of the emotional, spiritual relationship that we already have. And yeah, he talks about it a lot. I have been celibate since before my divorce, and he has been since his wife died. And so, you know, he at one point in time said, "I hope you don't, you know, don't be mad at me, but I don't know that I can wait, you know, because it's been so long." And I'm like, we're not kids, and we've been around the block a time or two. Sometimes we engage in, like, if you were here right now, this is what I'd be doing to you. We describe the things that we would like to do together with each other. I feel closer to him than I ever felt to my husband.
Unfortunately, things took a turn when Johnny had to travel to Liberia for work, but he needed a favor in order to ensure he would return home.
Okay, so the first time he asked me for money, it was really, really early in the morning, and he basically said, "Here's what I need you to do. I need you to go take out, I don't know, $200 or something." But I didn't have any money, you know. I didn't have a job. I was divorced. I was not even getting my full maintenance from my ex-husband. And I said, "You know, I don't have any money." And he said, "Oh," because he was going to a third world country, he didn't want to get kidnapped and have them extort his information from him and then, you know, drain his accounts. Had all of his personal identity information put on hold or suppressed so that it wasn't accessible on the internet. But now that his card wasn't working because he did that, I'm like, "You just have to call your bank." He said, "No, I can't because it's set up so that if I'm not standing there in front of them in person, they can't reactivate my account because there's like a fraud protection on it."
She's smart.
He had left to go to Liberia, and so our conversations revolved around how long his job would be there, when he planned to be coming back. He wanted to get married. He wanted me to look for a house.
Up until this point, Jeanette had sent thousands of dollars to essentially fund Johnny's life while he was in Liberia. He needed food, hotels, and water to survive. He claimed he had nothing, and Jeanette was willing to sacrifice her financial stability to help her future husband. But she was thrown a curveball when she received an email from a woman she didn't know that had some shocking news about who Johnny really was.
This woman broke in and emailed me and was cussing at me and saying, "Stay away from him, he's mine, blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, "Oh my God, who are you? I don't even know this person." And she's just threatening me. And so I texted back and said, "You know, who are you? You know, don't talk to me like that." But she said that she'd been in a relationship with him for years and that he was nothing but a liar, and that all she wanted was to get back the money that he had stolen from her. And she said, "Don't do any money deals with him. You know, he's a really sweet talker." And when I called him out on it, he said, "No, that's somebody that he had met through another dating website, and she had been like stalking him. He didn't know how she'd gotten how she'd gotten my email address, or how she connected with me. He wanted me to stop talking to her immediately."
Johnny wasn't actually Johnny. He claimed the reason he used another person's photos was because he felt he wasn't attractive enough for Jeanette. He then offered to video chat her.
I thought the first photos was more attractive, physically more attractive. His eyes, his hair is dark brown. Matthew's hair in these newer photos is white. He's got a very athletic build. He just has an air of confidence.
Can I get that Yamaha YZF? I think it was.
The R1?
The Yamaha YZF, I think it was.
The Yamaha RZF R1?
Yes, maybe.
Yes, that'll be 862,500.
God damn! Did you say 800?
It is the fastest road bike in the city, so yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
No worries. Okay.
Hey, bro. Just give me a sec, bro. I'll give you a call back, eh? Cheers, bro.
Like, god damn.
Thank
Anyways, let me go grab your bike. Do you want to drive out with it, or would you like me to put it away?
I have no idea.
You
can I
can
just
decide
test
on that
drive
while
it?
I grab it.
Cool it.
What?
Do you mind if I like just take it for a spin around the block and then come back and could you store it?
It's up to you.
I'll be quick as.
I mean, it's your bike. You can do what you want.
Then we had video chats, and I could see him in the video, and I could hear him, and he could see me because he would respond to, actions that I was doing, and I believed him that those were his real pictures. They'd been stolen off of his Facebook, and I'm like, explain to me why she has the same pictures of you that I have. Explain to me why she's got your email address, and he's just like, I'm not going to talk about this anymore, and I said, fine.
This was very odd. After receiving the messages from the unknown woman, Jeanette was...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. Very nice.
You have to unlock it. So.
My bad.
Blinded by love, she not only continued to speak to Matthew, she also sent him more money to help him get home.
I know that this year alone, since he reconnected with me, I probably sent at least 12. He's not taking money from me, I'm loaning it to him. So there have been medical reasons. There was one time when he was supposed to buy an airplane ticket and fly home from Liberia, and he didn't come, and I didn't hear from him for, 8 days. And finally reconnected, and he was in the hospital in Liberia. He'd gotten sick from the water and was very, very ill. And I will say he did sound ill, and it sounded like he was in a hospital. But he used the money that I sent for the plane ticket to pay for the hospital and the medication. I've sent gift cards, I've sent phones, I've sent Walmart to Walmart, I've sent Western Union, MoneyGram, I've sent Bitcoin. This summer, he needed money because he had to have eye surgery because he had glaucoma, and he was going to be going blind if he didn't get the surgery. I don't have any savings.
Remember? Oh wait, no, you're another person. My bad. Anyway, now, I'm just gonna go look over there.
Yeah, no worries. What the hell?
So now I have loans. It comes from my paychecks.
Jeanette is still madly in love with Matthew, but she wants to verify his true identity before sending him any more money.
I'm sad if I don't talk to him or hear from him every single day. I need interaction with him every day. First thing in the morning, throughout the day, he messages me. I message him even while I'm at school. We talk at night when I get home, right before we go to bed. I'm sad because I feel like he is everything I have ever or could ever desire.
G'day. How are ya?
Good, how may I help you?
Can I get a price check on the Hoarding GTS?
The which one?
It's just called the Hoarding GTS. That's
You know about the HSV GTS, the Maloo GTS, the GTSR, which Holden?
in the name. On the name in there, it literally just said Hoarding GTS.
Oh, GTSR maybe?
I'll have a look.
Ah, fuck. Oh, shit.
Hey, Nick. What is up?
In a partner, and he's separated from me.
How are we?
And he still tells me I'm his world. He just loves me more and more and more, and that
I'm just, you know,
gives me strength.
NPC. Card dealing NPC.
Was real.
No, I'm just trying to get my KPIs done on all three businesses, but yeah, I mean, have you gotten any luck with the diving? With the cases? Yesterday, I was at Little Pier and I had gotten 7 briefcases and 3 hard cases, but that's when I was diving all day. I was diving that whole day that I was off from work, so yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, me either, man.
Oh.
I'm broke. Really broke.
Yeah, sorry, it's the Hoarding GTS-R. I'm just a dumbass.
Alright, that one is 460,000. Yeah, I'm collecting 100 cases to do a opening down the road, you know? Anything else?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Yeah, no worries.
Bro, all those gunshots are weird.
So far I got 51 cases.
Trying to get all the old cars, you know?
So I got 31 briefcases and 20 hard cases right now. Just give me a moment as I grab your car. Yeah, so yeah, 31 briefcases and 20 hard cases. It's basically going to be the road to 100 sorted cases. So. I mean, I could do it. Like, if I were to try and collect to 50 hard cases, I could probably do it. But it will take so much time. I mean, with the, do you want me to store this, or would you like to drive out with it today?
Can you void it for me, please?
Yes, no worries.
Thank you, thank you.
Holy.
Please.
Oh, miss, I got a question.
Thank you.
Yes?
Am I able to get a free car by any chance?
You get a free Glendale if you haven't
for
got
it?
one already. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, skirt.
Yeah, I just need
Thank
your
you.
vehicle license. Yeah, you have a good day.
So, yeah, am I able to get that free, what is it called? That free car you said? That Glen ride? You know what it's called, right?
Yeah,
I
do
don't
you
know
have
what it's
your
called.
vehicle license?
Oh, yep. Wait.
What the heck? You could just flash that a few times.
Yeah.
Enzo Armstrong.
There you go. One.
And your phone number?
My phone number? Okay. Did you say my phone number, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 209 158 9.
Just give me a moment.
Okay.
Is it 8.4? So if it was 50 cases, Oh, you meant the 20. Yeah, it's about, just about. Basically, I got 10 mil worth of cases right now, but I'm gonna be opening them, so. What the? Yeah.
Ooh.
Let me just give you your keys. But imagine if, there you go, yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, imagine if I got a couple of
Thank you very much.
boosties. You have a good day. Then I'd at least a couple of those cases would be worth more than the whole cases alone. Imagine. But I do plan on opening because honestly, like, huh? There's a cop. Why is there a cop in the back? Oh, lucky. If I get a stage 1, I might wide body my 1969 Charger. Maybe. Thinking about it. But we'll see. I think it was stage 1. They said it was stage 1. Not totally sure. Yeah. But we'll see. Honestly, it'll take a long time until then. Besides, once I do open them, I would literally caps it in my title. Opening 100 cases. Or opening... maybe I can collect 50 hard cases and then the rest briefcase. I'm totally gonna have a lot more briefcases than hard cases. Like, it's no-brainer. Yeah, opening! I wonder how many views I'm gonna get. They're all gonna be curious. Actually, a lot of the viewers are like, do an opening case stream. Opening case stream. Probably. I would say so. Because I get, like yesterday when I was at that one diving spot, like I said, I was getting 7 briefcases and I got 3 hard cases, so. But then I'm also starting, Raven's starting a new job at another mechanic shop. So I might be busy there too. On top of all the car dealing stuff. Yeah. Oh my god, I try to be so careful. I try to be so careful with that. The thing is, I like this new way of diving because remember how if you keep going and going and then you get a hard case and be like, yes, I got a hard case, look at your pockets and you have 20 kgs worth of stuff already, so you didn't pick it up? Dude, at least with this one, you can exchange items. So if you have 20 kgs worth of stuff and got a hard case in the scavenged, you could just switch out, you know? Just switch out whatever junk you don't need and grab that hardened case instantly. Which is pretty good. I wonder if anybody will ever find a 3 hard case at once. You think there'll be ever anyone that will do, like, get that luck? 3 hard case, all in one. Yeah, I don't know. Even a briefcase and a hard case together, it's, that'll be so lucky. I'd be so excited. But yeah.
I'm just at the point where I'm saying I need to know, because it's got to end one way or the other. It's got to end with the yes, he's real, we're going to put you two together, here's a happy ending, or it's got to end with the no, I've been taken for a big fat ride, and I just need to know.
Right.
We had some work ahead of us. It didn't take an expert to realize that Matthew was a scammer. The use of multiple images and requests for money were dead giveaways. Jeanette wanted this man to be real. Deep down, we felt she had doubts. If we could just find out who this real man in the images was, we could get her to come to terms. Matthew claimed that all of his information was removed from the internet and we would never be able to find him. With the use of our tools on our website, socialcatfish.com, that wasn't the case. We were able to locate all of his information after a couple of days of digging. Jeanette couldn't wait to hear what we had found, so we immediately scheduled a call with her to give her the truth about this man she was planning to marry.
Real quick, guys, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your comment and like could help stop someone from being scammed. Let's get into it.
I know you're anxiously waiting for this day to finally get some answers. At this point in time, where are you and Matthew at?
What the plan is as soon as he is able to access his Chase account, he's going to fly out here to Colorado, and we're going to get married and settle down. And so that's the plan. Just, growing old together.
Do you think, he's still real, or?
I hope he is, but I'm afraid to hang my heart on that.
So, I don't mean to bust you out or anything, but Chris told me that, you just sent money.
Oh no.
We told you not to
You sent money?
and you still sent it. Why did you send that money?
He's very convincing. The picture that he has painted is what I want.
How much money did you send this time?
I sent $1,000.
Oh no.
It just seems like he has so many problems, Jeanette.
I know. I agree.
That's why I brought in Bree and Virginia. They've been able to pull everything for us, and we're
$1,000. Why?
Yeah, so the first thing we looked into was your emails between you and Mary. I know that you were saying that Mary reached out to you and she was being a little possessive, but we looked at those emails and it seems like she was trying to warn you almost. We spoke to her as well, and she did say that she just wanted to warn you that she lost a lot of money from him and she wanted to help you so that maybe you wouldn't lose money as well.
Yeah, I got that from reading the messages.
We noticed that there is a pattern in those messages that you sent us with Matthew. When he's asking you for money, when does he usually ask you?
Oh, right before payday, because he knows when I get paid.
It seems as if Jeanette was aware of Matthew's scammer patterns. We were really confused on why she kept sending him money. We had to confront her about this.
We have more information, but it seems like you know where things are kind of headed. Why do you stay? What is it with this guy?
When he's not asking for money, the conversations that we have, I don't have any man in my life that I am close to, and I feel like that's a need that I have, and he kind of fills that need, and that makes me want it to become a reality and not just virtual.
I don't know that this guy, I could tell through the chats that this guy necessarily cares for you. Reading through these chats, it doesn't seem like he has any emotion. It seems like he's almost telling you exactly what you want to hear at the exact time. I'm seeing a person that is ghosting you. It seems like he only pops up when he needs money from you. And it doesn't seem like he takes accountability for almost anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Getting any information about who Matthew really was felt impossible. We tried to track his location, but he questioned everything after Jeanette let him know we were looking into him.
We tried everything in the book to get him to click that link. He clicked on the link. He is running a VPN.
We weren't able to get Matthew's location, but we were able to hear his voice.
Can you hear me, baby?
No, the line is not too better. What were you saying about what is the problem?
Okay, I just said I'm so frustrated.
Hey, don't be frustrated, please.
It feels like everything is going wrong.
It's Nigerian.
Are you still there, baby?
I said you need to relax and don't be frustrated.
Yeah, it's Nigerian. It's Nigerian.
What I want us to do right now is that I want you to take a very deep breath and be very calm. Go to the shower. And,
Yeah, that's a Nigerian accent right there.
Shower, just, getting wet for about 5-10 minutes. Just under the shower. Okay?
The way he said shower.
From our experience, Matthew sounded like he was trying to mix up his accent to sound Swedish. But if you listen closely, you can hear the West African accent.
So this is what we're going to do. Let your cousin get the 1K to you into your account or maybe into your whatever. Or the BDC. Okay? Because with the BDC, with a little mistake that you do, you're going to lose the money forever. And I don't want that to happen.
I know.
Let her give the money to you. And when you get it, you can bitch pay. You can buy the crypto on the bitch pay.
Okay, so I just buy the Bitcoin with my BitPay account, like I do.
Exactly.
Okay.
Very good. That is much more safer than going, letting her, BDC the money to no. Because the devil will try to devour, try to find ways, means, and everything, just to despair, just to frustrate the children of the Lord. Who has a very good motive, making things happen. Okay? So the devil will find any means, any possible means.
He's using religion. Oh, lame.
Destroy whatever good that the Lord is doing. Whatsoever that the Lord is doing, He's going to do that. He's going to try to strike things up just to destroy, and He's going to be happy.
Yeah.
So be very calm. I just want to tell you something.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you more.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Universities.
I love you regardless. So do what I just asked you to do.
Yeah.
We want to hear what you guys think. What kind of
Nigerian.
accent do you think Matthew has?
I could
Comment
hear
down
Nigerian.
Alright, then you can call your cousin. That's anytime, okay?
Yeah, yeah. Ya esperé.
Okay. Muchas gracias, Miss Carter.
Love you.
I love you, baby. Bye.
Bye.
And we hear these type of video recordings all the time from our cases, and it does sound very familiar.
Okay. And that's what I needed. I just needed somebody else to listen, somebody, somebody who could tell me, okay, you're going to have to sit right here. Okay.
During our research process, we also looked into Matthew's images. It took us quite a while. We found tons of fake profiles using his images. We had to recruit other people in our research team, but we finally found him. The man in the images is not Matthew. His name is Michael Freeman. He's a retired mortgage consultant.
So Jeanette, I know you have a pool of emotions going.
It's a loss of dreams that have been building up, over the past 4 years.
4 years of talking to this man to find out everything he told her was a lie. Jeanette was very emotional in this interview. All of the images that Matthew sent to Jeanette were stolen from this innocent man, Michael Freeman. The original photos of Johnny were also stolen from war veteran Johnny Strickland. Both of these men have never met Jeanette and have nothing to do with this scam.
I think there's a guy in real life that you can actually shake his hand and actually go on real dates with him.
And I'll get through it. There's not a question for me about that.
Yeah, you're a smart, beautiful, articulate woman. I'm very confident that you'll find love off of the internet.
It's been amazing. I mean, I feel like you've been my friends.
We are your friends. What do you mean?
I want you to know that I have felt that from the very initial contact with Chris. That's how I have felt, and I felt supported by you through this whole process.
We appreciate you so much. It was a pleasure meeting you. We're so glad you're able to move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Chris says bye too.
Tell Chris. I love Chris. Okay, thanks, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. Remember, all of our new videos go out every Wednesday, so please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, Seekers, we'll see you guys next time.
I remember this.
Yesterday, we were made aware of robbery homicide of missing persons case, Elisa Lamb. She was last seen on the 31st at the Cecil Hotel at 640 South Main Street. So right now we're asking your help. We have a photo. Parents are here. They've flown down from Vancouver, and we're seeking to get this photo out so we can find Elisa.
Elisa Lam was a 21-year-old Canadian student that travelled to Los Angeles in 2013 alone. While that may be nothing out of the ordinary, her disappearance was, and the way that she was found, well, let's say strange doesn't quite cut it. This case has been done a lot over the years, I know, but in this video we're going straight to the one likely theory over her death. So sit back and grab a coffee. Let's investigate. Elisa Lam, also known by her Cantonese name Lam Ho Yi, was a 21-year-old Canadian student studying at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. She was a local to the area, growing up just down the road in Burnaby. Her friends and her family knew her for the gentle Canadian that she was. And she came from a humble background too. Her parents, David and Yina Lam, both immigrated from Hong Kong to Canada before she was born. They owned and operated a family restaurant called Paul's, providing home-style Canadian and Chinese food to customers in the local area. Elisa had many interests. She enjoyed reading, playing video games, she loved to travel, and she had an inherent interest in psychology. Her favourite movie was Drive, and her favourite book was The Great Gatsby. And Elisa had passed high school with flying colours in her younger years. She was a grade A student. She was a kind and nurturing young woman, often described by those around her as outgoing and talkative. But as do most of us, she also had a tender and vulnerable side. Elisa had an ongoing habit to retreat into herself when she felt anxious, or sad, or scared. And after enrolling into university, this became more of a normal thing. She started to struggle with her academic deadlines and fell behind in her courses. She often compared herself to her classmates and frequently felt behind them, like she wasn't good enough. And being in her young adulthood, she also wondered what it is that she wanted from life. She wasn't sure if the decisions she was making for her long-term career were the right ones. It was around this time that she was diagnosed with depression, and as she moved into her second and then her third year of university, that tumbled even further. She wasn't managing her full-time education alongside her mental health well, and after 3 years she'd only completed enough courses to satisfy one entire year. And it was in these years that she was also diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a mental health characteristic that leaves you feeling entirely elated or entirely depressed. There's a spectrum of emotions, but you're stuck between the two extremes. Being a historian in her thoughts, Elisa Lam had a blog, and in the blog she wrote the following. November 21st, 2011. Depression sucks. I have no control over my emotions. I'll be angry for 2 minutes, and then sad again. I'll be happy for half an hour, and then emotional again. So far, all I've done is lay on my bed and watch episodes of Chopped. I'm just waiting for it to pass. 27th of January 2012. I feel I'm wasting my time compared to my fellow peers. I had a relapse at the start of the term and had to drop 2 of the 3 courses I was taking. Now I'm down to 1 course and I've missed 3 weeks of classes since my sleeping pattern is completely reversed. I'm very disappointed in myself for breaking down during the term, forcing me to withdraw from courses. I've been at university for 3 years and have only managed to complete 3 courses. It is a weariness that keeps me at a standstill. 22nd of April 2012. I spent about 2 days in bed, hating myself. But what can you do when depression hits you like that? Trying to find a clean break from her moods and to try and figure out what Elisa wanted from life, she decided to take a break from university and go travelling. Perhaps spending some time away would help build some perspective. So in late 2012, Elisa enrolled herself out of university. She wanted to travel around the west coast of America. So after sharing her plans with her parents and discussing it, they agreed it was okay. So Elisa packed her bags, said her goodbyes, got on a train, and left. On January the 26th, 2013, while on her adventures around the West Coast, Elisa arrived in Los Angeles. She arrived by Amtrak train from San Diego, and she planned to stay in the area for a few days before traveling on to Santa Cruz. Her family were cautious of her traveling alone, so as a compromise, Elisa promised that she would message them every day. Not that it would be hard, she loved to share her plans with her family and friends. I suppose this is why it struck her parents as odd when she didn't respond to them on January the 31st. This was the day that she was expected to check out of the Hotel Cecil. Now, have you heard of the Hotel Cecil before? Well, you should. It's in fact a very interesting place, as far as dark mysteries are concerned. Built in 1924, the Cecil is a budget hotel located at 640 Main Street in downtown Los Angeles. And since first opening its doors in 1927, the Cecil gained a reputation for violence, suicide, and murder, becoming the location to 16 different non-natural deaths and unexplained paranormal events. This included the murder of actress Elizabeth Short, also known as the Black Dahlia. The hotel also accommodated the famous Night Stalker Richard Ramirez during the times of his killing spree. After a murder, Ramirez would dump his bloody clothes outside of the Cecil Hotel before going back to his apartment. But at the time, the area was in such disarray that this wasn't considered out of the ordinary. This is one of the reasons why he got away with his murders for so long. Jack Unterweger, another serial killer in the LA area, also stayed at the Cecil Hotel in 1991, where he strangled and killed 3 sex workers.
What?
There are also several suicides reported from the Cecil Hotel, most of them either
Cursed
through
hotel.
poisoning or jumping from a height. But if you think about it, other than hosting a couple serial killers, the Cecil Hotel isn't that special. One can expect in almost 100 years for multiple deaths to happen. It's human nature after all. However, the Cecil Hotel is located in a particularly shady area of Los Angeles, also known as Skid Row. In 1976, and arguably still to this date, Skid Row became an official containment zone, where shelters and services for homeless people would be tolerated. And this is one of the many factors that escalated crime rate in the area. After Elisa's disappearance, Elisa's parents eventually contacted the LA Police Department. They were so worried, in fact, that they jumped on a plane to Los Angeles that very same day. Police started to search the hotel, at least to the extent that they were legally allowed to. The interviewed staff knocked on the doors of neighborhood rooms and asked local workers for any information that they may know. And a few things came to light out of this. The first was that Elisa had previously been bunking at the Hotel Cecil with 2 other people. However, both those people found her strange and asked the hotel if she could be moved. This is something the hotel complied to. The next was from an owner of a local bookstore. Her name was Katie Orphan. She recalled seeing Elisa Lam on January the 31st, and recalled in a statement that Elisa seemed outgoing, very lively and very friendly. Elisa talked to her about what book she was getting, and was trying to decide if the book she bought would be too heavy for her to carry as she continued travelling. On February the 6th, a week after Elisa Lam had disappeared, police determined that they needed more knowledge and public information on her missing persons case. Flyers of the face were posted online and in the local area. Media caught on, and then so did public attention. And the next day, LAPD held a press conference to help ramp up further public knowledge on Elisa's missing case.
She was in contact with her parents daily, her family, up until the 31st, so it's been...
But it wasn't until February the 14th, 2 weeks after Elisa had disappeared, that LAPD officially released the surveillance footage that made Elisa's case go viral. Undoubtedly, I'm sure that most of you have seen this before.
Oh, the elevator
Initially,
scene.
Elisa enters the elevator in a red hooded sweatshirt over a grey t-shirt. She enters from the left and goes to the control panel and appears to select several floors. After a few seconds, during which the door fails to close, she steps up to it and leans forward to look out both directions. She quickly steps back in, backing up to the wall and then cornering herself near the control panel, but the door still remains open. This is where her thoughts start to become hard to follow. She suddenly steps out into the hall and shimmies in several directions. Some form of panic seems to settle in Elisa as she puts both hands on the side of the door. She then goes back to the control panel and presses many more buttons, some more than once, before walking back out of the elevator. Elisa's actions then became really erratic. She starts rubbing her forearms together and waves her hands outwards with palms flat and fingers outstretched, bowing forward slightly and rocking gently. This can all be seen through the door, which still remains open. After that, she walks away and the elevator door finally closes.
What?
The surveillance footage, which would be the last time Elisa Lam is ever seen alive again, is spooky. The internet went wild with speculation. In China alone, the video getting over 3 million views in the first 10 days. Theories around the surveillance footage included Elisa Lam running away from someone pursuing her, tripping from ecstasy, and even ghosts. And these theories grew over the following days. So many spoke of Elisa, yet no one heard from her. That was until February the 19th, the 20th day that she was missing. Reception was particularly busy in the early hours of that morning. Residents were complaining that the water pressure from their showers and baths were too low. Meanwhile, others complained that water coming out of their taps was black and tasted strange.
Ew, they
Tests
tasted
from
it?
these taps did in fact show discoloration to the water. The hotel bared 4 water tanks on its rooftop, and one of these water tanks delivered fresh water to the kitchen, the coffee shop, and local guest rooms. And following the complaints from guests, a staff member went to the rooftop of the hotel to check the tanks to see if he could find anything wrong with them. There he would find a particularly gruesome discovery. Inside the tank, they found Elisa Lam deceased, floating face up. She had been in there for quite some time. The coroner's report stated that Elisa's body was moderately decomposed and bloated. She was mostly greenish, with some marbling evidence on her abdomen, and her skin was separating. Although she was found naked, her clothes were also found with her inside the water tank. There was also no evident signs of physical assault, sexual assault, or suicide. Toxicology tests showed traces consistent with prescription medication and non-prescription drugs, such as Sinutab and ibuprofen. A very small quantity of alcohol was present, but no other recreational drugs were found. Her family and friends, along with the millions of people optimistically waiting for her to return, were shocked and saddened by the news in unison. To all of the speculation and discussion, only one thing was certain. The young Elisa Lam was dead. But what really happened to Elisa Lam? Nobody knows how her body ended up in the hotel's water tank, or if anyone was involved in her getting there. Only one person saw Elisa shortly before her death, and she was happy at the time. So it couldn't have been suicide, right? And who was Elisa speaking to in the elevator? Was she running away from someone? Or was she talking to something imaginary, or a ghost? Did the Cecil Hotel's sinister past have some sort of involvement in her death? And how did she physically get up to the rooftop? Did she get there alone? Or did someone put her in there? All these questions sparked so much more debate online. But
Who's
the real
waffling
answer
along?
to this is much more straightforward than some people are willing to believe.
Yeah.
So, here it is. Elisa Lam for a while had been diagnosed with both depression and bipolar disorder. And one of bipolar
bipolar.
disorder's psychological reigns is mania. And while many jump to think that this means being very happy, it also means hallucinations, illogical cognition, making decisions that can be seen as risky or harmful, and doing things that have disastrous consequences. And this is what happened to Elisa on her fateful day. She had a psychotic break. Toxicology reports found that although the medication needed to stabilize her depression and her bipolar disorder were found in her blood, the levels weren't high enough. She was likely skipping days on taking her antipsychotic drugs. And although the
I know
video
full
isn't
well about
comfortable
that
to
one,
watch, you
considering-
can see Elisa get agitated several times. In fact, this is the reason the doors didn't close. You can even see the automatic attempts of the door closing get cancelled, by her pressing the control panel's buttons. She runs her fingers down the middle column of buttons, pressing the door hold button multiple times. And gaining access to the rooftop wasn't difficult either. Even after Elisa's death, people attempting to gain access to the roof were successful. All they had to do was climb a flight of stairs to an unlocked door. And when on the roof, access to the walkway above the tanks were made even easier, accessed by a ladder and a hatch that could be found at the top of every tank.
Did you to go swimming in the freaking tank?
The employee that found Elisa described that he found her with the hatch door open, her body floating only 12 inches from the top of the tank. It is very likely that in her manic state, Elisa Lam did climb to the rooftop and get in the tank before taking her clothes off. And while in the tank, she most likely lost her calmness, or couldn't reach the top anymore. She likely panicked and then accidentally drowned to her death. It is also noted that Elisa had an affinity for rooftops. In her most recent Instagram posts before she died, pictures of rooftops she frequented were displayed, showing the city's landscape. She may have initially got her idea to reach the rooftop for a picture. And that's all we have to the case.
So wait, she was attracted to going on the roof?
It's very likely that it was accidental death, with her bipolar disorder being a significant factor to it. Elisa Lam was an introverted but heavily perceiving type. She was quiet, but she put a lot of thought into her feelings. She wasn't scared to show what she felt, and although she wanted to better herself, there was no inclination to suicide. It is very unlikely that she meant to die, but in all honesty, we will never know 100%. Elisa's blogs are very eye-opening, by the way. As said, she wasn't scared to show her thoughts and feelings, ones that most of us generally are too shy to talk about. I think we can all connect to some of the feelings that she shared in her blog. At least I could. So, thank you, Elisa, for sharing. I'm sure you've helped normalize a lot of people's feelings. Thank you for watching another video today, folks. I really appreciate you stopping by. I try to make at least one video a week here on Coffee House Crime. So, if there's something that you enjoy, please do subscribe and like the video. And that's all I have for today. Have I missed anything? Is there anything that you'd like to share on Elisa Lam's case? Please let me know in the comments below and I'll write back to you. Thank you once again, and we'll meet in the next one. Take care of each other. Goodbye. We all take precautions when on holiday. From travel insurance, all the way through to packing an extra pair of socks. It's good to be prepared for those unexpected moments. But what would you do if your 4-year-old daughter disappeared? My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffee House Crime, and a happy festive season to all of you. So there is no flannel today, instead it's Christmas jumpers to reflect the holiday spirit. And with Christmas this week, this case is slightly different to my usual, which will become more evident towards the end of this video. Today we're looking at the harrowing disappearance of Cleo Smith, who was abruptly snatched from her parents while on a camping trip in Western Australia. And just a quick reminder, but I post solved, unsolved and strange cases here on a weekly basis. So if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. So, who exactly is Cleo Smith? And what were the series of events that unfolded after her disappearance? Pull up a seat, grab a coffee.
This
and
was
sit
2
back.
years ago.
This is the case of Cleo
Super
Smith.
recent.
Today, we're going back to the land down under, also known as Australia, and more specifically, to the state of Western Australia. In fact, we're going as far west as the continent will allow, to the remote coastal town of Carnarvon. And when I say remote, I mean it. The closest city to Carnarvon is Perth, which is located over 550 miles away. And with a population of around 4,500 residents, the town isn't very large either, but it does have a sizable tourist industry. Located just north of the Shark Bay World Heritage Site, and found just south of the Ningaloo Reef, It's a destination that attracts those looking to experience the marine wildlife that Western Australia has to offer. Carnarvon is in one of the hottest areas in Australia too, with record highs of 118 degrees Fahrenheit or 48 degrees Celsius, making this arid landscape both beautiful and dangerous. Carnarvon itself is a bustling modern town, home to many growing families and communities. And one of these families was the Smiths. The family of four includes mother Ellie Smith, stepfather Jake Glidden, and their two girls, 4-year-old Cleo Smith and Isla Mae Glidden, who was the newest addition to the family at just 7 months old. Cleo Smith was born to her mother Ellie and her biological father Daniel Staines, and sadly, their relationship didn't last long, the two deciding to split shortly after Cleo was born. But shortly after this, Ellie would meet Jake Glidden, a fun-loving outdoorsman who loved to be in the ocean more than most folk. Jake often spent most of his free time fishing and diving around the ports and bays of Western Australia, aiming for the big ones, from giant trevally to tiger sharks. The two eventually fell in love, both of them bouncing off of each other's positive energy, and after 2 happy years together, Cleo received news that she was going to have a little sister, Isla Mae Glidden being welcomed to the Smith-Glidden family on the 3rd of March 2021. The family were ecstatic for her birth, and they all lived happily together in their home in Carnarvon. And after several months of successful baby rearing, the family thought it was a great idea to have some time away. Somewhere close by, but somewhere far enough to feel like a holiday. Casting their minds back to their own childhoods, Ellie and Jake reminisced of the place called Black House, a campsite along the coast of Western Australia, roughly 50 miles north of Carnarvon. They planned to re-explore what the coastline had to offer, Jake wanting to share his love of fishing with his daughters, and Ellie wishing to let Ela splash around in the ocean for her first time. And so, the family packed their car full of all the supplies that they needed. Tents, sleeping bags, beds, and a gazebo. They then set off on the Friday of the 15th of October 2021 for their first ever camping trip as a new family of 4. After arriving, the family set up their tent, which was pretty large and comprised of 2 bedrooms and a makeshift living area. Ellie and Jake would sleep in one bedroom while Cleo and Ela slept in the other, the 2 bedrooms only separated by a thin divider of tarp. After setting the tent up and having dinner, it was around 8 PM when Cleo started to get tired and rather irritated, and so the young couple decided to put their 2 daughters to bed for the night. Ellie took Cleo to her bedroom, got her changed into her pink onesie, and then tucked her into her bed for the night. It was particularly stormy this evening, and the coastal wind was blowing quite aggressively. After setting her down, Ellie returned outside to the gazebo to spend some time under the stars with Jake. Being a young parent was tough, and the 2 deserved this break. It wasn't until around 1:20 in the morning that Ellie could hear Cleo stirring in her bed. She wanted a glass of water, and so after being given a drink, she was ushered back to sleep. But after that, the rest of the night peacefully rolled with time, the family of 4 sleeping through the coastal darkness. There is nothing more sure than a morning that follows an evening. But this one held a very troubling surprise.
Maybe. Hello. Bye.
It was around 6 AM when Ellie and Jake woke to the sound of Ela crying, which wasn't unusual. She was a baby after all, and this was the regular time which she complained for feeding. Ellie was first to get out of bed, and as she began to fix up Ela's morning bottle, she realized something was amiss. The tent zipper to her children's bedroom was open, and it wasn't just open to the point where a child could reach out. It was open almost the entire way. A feeling of dread consumed Ellie's body.
What is that?
She rushed over to the compartment to check on her children, and as she pushed the divider aside to look in, dread unmasked itself into terror. The bedroom was half empty. Both Cleo and the sleeping bag that she had slept in had vanished.
You're debating ordering food.
Alarm
I'm
bells in
debating
Ellie's head immediately
ordering
began
something
to ring.
too.
She
Hey,
screamed out to
Bailsy.
Jake to let him know that Cleo
Dude,
was
I've
missing,
been going
and so
off
began their worst
and off.
nightmare.
Yeah, and that
Rushing out of
too.
the tent, Ellie started
Either
searching
I'm
for
thinking
Cleo,
I should
calling
order
her name
something
and looking
sweet,
anywhere she might have
or
gone. But deep
I should
down,
wait till I
Ellie
go
knew
to
this
bed
was
and
to
then
no
just not
avail.
order anything.
Cleo wasn't the type to go wandering off, especially in the dead of night. The commotion had concerned neighbouring campers, and within several minutes, the entire campsite was out looking for Cleo. Visiting this campsite many times in their childhoods, both Ellie and Jake knew this campsite very well, so they were able to look in all the nooks and crannies that Cleo may be. But even with this
I'm really
insider
thinking-
knowledge, Cleo was nowhere to be found. She was definitely off the campsite. Ellie called the police.
Usual taint of the carpet is... Hello.
Gus, I can hear you.
Whoa. Whoa, sorry. I thought I was just murmuring.
Oh my god.
Checking out your stockroom.
What is that laugh? Holy!
Nothing. Just checking it.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, I've been contemplating because I really want something sweet. This one. I feel like getting boba, but no. Black tea. They also got milk teas, but I want to try this monster boba. Cream brulee.
Is Gus still in the showroom?
I didn't see him go out. Unless he went through a wormhole.
Probably.
I want to try this actually. You know what? I'm gonna order. Whatever. I've been thinking about it so long. I will go ahead and try that cream brulee. Why not? I might regret it, but whatever. Might be really good. I got a discount. Brulee. I'm thinking of sweet.
Hello. Hi.
Yes.
Any Max 100s in there that I didn't check? I couldn't be bothered going through every single one. Anything of interest?
You didn't want to bother going through each and single one and just slashing straight.
No. No, yeah. Yep. 3 were enough. And I thought, nah. Can't possibly.
The only one we got is the Moss and then the M4.
You got a Max 100 boss?
I don't know why we have a Max 100 Moss,
Oh
but
no.
yes. Someone Max 100 a
Oh,
Moss.
But to be fair, if you put a Yankton plate on that, you'd buy it ASAP.
I already got one in the family.
Why you already got one?
A long time ago. We've had it a long time. It's been in our possession
Alright,
for
fair.
quite a long time.
Fair. Well, someone at one point probably thought, oh, new car, Max 100, yeah, baby. Give me 3 months and this thing will flip like a beast.
Well, there was a Yankton on
Neckman,
it, so it pretty much did flip.
Oh, sorry, I meant the Max 100. I wonder if, like, whenever it came out, they were like, yeah, Max 100, fuck yeah. We'll make some money when that, give it a year.
Right.
New Pagani. How much is the Hayabusa? the Suzuki bike.
Oh yeah, Busa. That one's max 20, 131,000.
Ooh. Can I take it for a little spin? A little burn of the rubber?
No worries.
I'm a fiend for max 20 bikes.
Are you?
Yeah, I did sell as part of my collection though.
Oh, this one?
Look at it. It should be quicker than it is though. High boosters are a fucking beast. Thank you, miss. We'll be back.
Alrighty.
Are you gonna test it on your track?
The Bugatti Chiron's very common with the Yankton. The reason why I sold mine was because it's very common, and also I would rather like get the money to buy a more rare Yankton than a Bugatti. I could always get the Bugatti anytime, not gonna lie. But yeah. I mean, we always have Bugattis that come in as well. Every now and then, max 100 for the Yankton. They sell for cheap on the sheets. But nah, I'm not really bothering of getting a Bugatti. I remember when that was the thing back then, before we got all the new cars. The Bugatti was the most, like, the car to get when we used to have 30 people population.
And at 6:23 in the morning of the 16th of October, a call to 000 was made to report the 4-year-old Cleo Smith as missing. And just 7 minutes later, the first police vehicle was dispatched to the campsite, followed by another just 2 minutes later. Police were taking this incident very seriously, and upon arrival, they taped off the family's camping spot to avoid any interference with evidence, while they began to scour the surrounding areas for clues. From the beaches, to the dunes, to the plains around the park. By 8 AM, police were already on site at the family's home back in Carnarvon, and police helicopters were spotted in the surrounding areas, looking for any signs of Cleo.
I always think of doing, yeah, you should always think of
Investigation
doing
teams
something.
were quick to rule out that Cleo had left the tent
Are you
that
in
night
city
by
and
herself,
just
as
going
there was no
around?
way she could have opened her own bedroom, considering how far the zip was opened, let alone to make sure that she left no traces while leaving. As the search for Cleo Smith
There's
turned from
hunting,
hours
there's
into days,
scavenging,
Ellie and
there's
Jake
hanging
were
out
becoming
at the
more
busy
frantic
spots.
and desperate. They needed some additional help, and thankfully, the public's interest in Cleo's case was growing. On Sunday the 17th of October, Ellie and Jake conducted their first publicly broadcasted interview.
This is why I got multiple jobs, so that I'm not bored. I could just, you know.
An emotional plea to find their daughter. The 4-year-old vanished from an outback campsite in Western Australia 4 days ago, and now the search is nationwide as her family fears she was abducted.
She would be terrified. She would be so scared. The tent was completely open. It was about 30 centimeters from being open, and I mean, I turned around to Jake and
Yeah, it's kind of difficult, especially with the new tenure coming up, as well as
she has like the biggest heart. She is so funny, and really all you need is a little dog.
new tenure's coming up, and you know, depending on the
If there wasn't
roster as
enough
well,
interest already,
people need to be
this
fired in
interview
order
is what
for us
really
to fill
ignited the media's
rosters.
attention over Cleo. Police followed this up by releasing images of the onesie Cleo had been wearing that night, and also of the sleeping bag that was taken with her, in hope that it would generate some leads. The first 72 hours of any missing persons case is crucial, and especially when it comes to missing children. Statistically speaking, over 90% of children who are reported missing are found in the first 48 hours. But after this time frame, the outcome and likelihood becomes more and more dire. And sadly, this
I'm sorry, I got lost. Sorry.
slowly
Sorry, this will scrub out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame. Those bikes are a beast in Vice, but they're just like gutless in the city. What the heck?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
It's a shame. It's a
depends.
shame. Look at it. That thing is built for speed. It was hitting like 150.
5:30. Ding.
Oh, the Max 100?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're one of the greatest cars ever. People don't realise it.
Old mate down there was like, nah, come on. I know you want
I was going to
one.
buy it, to be honest. So, yeah, you're lucky. Already got one.
You're lucky.
Already got one, bruh.
I'll do.
Yeah, they're that good. I was going to buy a second one.
Fair enough, fair enough.
One of the greatest handling cars in the city, I'd say.
Fuck yeah.
The 530D wagon.
Oh.
It's crazy handling. And in the wet as well.
And yet
That's why they
people
don't
still
race them
sell
anymore.
them.
People, I know, I don't understand why people, like, we had Max, like, we had full stock of those wagons. I don't understand why. They're a fucking good car. Especially for 500k, Max 20. Or 600. It's just because it
Pretty
doesn't
much
ring
do.
out to like 280. But you don't always need speed. Cops can always catch you up on speed.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Because their cars
But
are built
handling-
for it. But handling is where you lose them.
Anything else, guys?
No, I think actually what else was in there? Caught me eye. No, nothing else. Yeah. I'm tired. Righto, well I'll go fucking do some stuff elsewhere. Have a lovely day. Hope it gets busy.
Hey, that's consuming substances in my in the workshop. That's how some
New
safety.
CEO is exciting. New change.
Safety.
Hope to see big things from the old Val.
Maybe. We'll
Huh?
see. I mean, I've been here way
Yeah.
too long. I've been through many tenures.
Yeah. Okay, they go up or down, right?
Damn.
Up or down.
Can do O's
Righto.
with that vape or what?
Have a lovely day.
course.
I might see you all later.
Have a good one,
Thanks for
Gus.
pulling that bike out.
Alrighty.
See you later. Fucking trying to kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go on. Has she been busy?
Nope.
Nope.
I just
Oh,
need
that's not
one
good.
sale to at least push my day of sale back to 0.
Fair enough, fair enough. I need 8 to get KPI, so that's the plan today. Gonna go for a little dive and then yeah, come back maybe.
Yeah, well, the early hours is.
Kind of boring, yeah. I will be back.
Prepped by with nothing to show for it. By the following Thursday, the leader of the Australian Labour Party announced a $1 million reward for any information that may help fight Cleo.
We're going to offer
Sit
a $1
down.
million reward to
Yeah,
anyone who
lay
provides
there.
information that leads to us finding Cleo. So the police are very keen to offer this reward to hopefully allow for us to discover the location of Cleo.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. Just urge anyone who has any knowledge of the location of Cleo, please provide that information to police.
Her image spread across the country like wildfire, from billboards in Perth, to shop windows, TV networks, and of course missing persons poster campaigns. And through the hundreds of tips and phone calls, this would help build more information for the police
Look
to go
perfect.
on.
He's laying on the table.
Several days had passed by now, and they desperately needed more leads. Detectives were gathering intel and any information that they could find, ranging
What do
from
you
dash
mean,
cam
gap?
footage all the way through to local garbage collections surrounding the campsite and the family's home in Carnarvon. On Sunday the 24th of October, 9 days after 4-year-old Cleo went missing, the investigation would receive some critical information. 2 witnesses had finally came forward. They declared that, at around 3 AM on the night that Cleo went missing, they had noticed a sedan come out of
Yeah,
the
well, he
Blowholes
was being
campsite and
noisy.
turn right towards Carnarvon. This new information gave investigating officers a new momentum into finding Cleo. Cleo's disappearance was now countrywide news, and over 200 possible sightings of Cleo had been reported. Every single one of them was followed up, but at this stage, they all proved to be dead ends. To To add to the unbearable experience for the family,
frickin'
online armchair detectives
to the
started to create
phone.
allegations against Ellie and Jake, insinuating that they had some form of involvement in Cleo's disappearance. And these allegations, which were made by nothing but overly opinionated individuals, did nothing but stir up media and those close to Cleo. In fact, the online attacks became so bad, Premier McGowan had to plead with online trolls to lay off Cleo's parents, with Superintendent Wilde making the following statement.
We want to make it clear. They are not suspects in this investigation. They have been helping us.
With the investigation now building maturity, and the ever-increasing volume of surveillance footage, forensic
Look,
evidence,
they got
witness
horses in the
statements,
police
and garbage
force. Why don't
collection,
we
things were
got
now slowly
horses
coming
here?
together to form an
I
impression
see.
of what may have happened to Cleo.
Police
With
on
police
the
deducting,
police
it was more
horse,
than
you
likely
know.
that Cleo was still in Western Australia. They started zeroing in on the family's hometown of Carnarvon. With the identification of the kidnapper's car, investigators began to scour surveillance footage. Narrowing down this area of interest was of peak importance to investigators. Yet, it didn't seem likely to happen unless new information came their way. When would their next clue slide into place? Will they ever be able to find Cleo? Was she even alive? Or had something terrible happened to her? November the 2nd. 18 days have passed since Cleo was last tucked into bed by her mother, who was now panicking for her child's safety, and in desperate hope that she will one day be reunited with her daughter. All in the meanwhile, police were working overtime in following a forensic trail of clues to find the whereabouts of Cleo. Witness reports of the car that left blowholes at 3 AM had evolved into the identification and tracking of a specific vehicle. And when combined with surveillance and dashcam footage, investigators were making progress. The effort of searching through countless bags of rubbish and collecting forensic evidence from the tent were very much proving their value, as it had helped build a partial DNA profile of the suspect. And all of these clues, along with hard forensic evidence, would eventually shine the spotlight over a specific individual.
Hey,
and
still.
this individual's name was Terence Kelly.
What's that?
How are ya?
I'm good, just trying to make at least a sale to reset my days.
Have you sold anything?
Nope. You're almost done with KPI.
What's that? Yeah, I'm almost done, yeah. I just flew in. I thought I'll come and check, see if anyone's here. But I'll let you do the hard yards.
Yeah, it's been very slow. Like, there's nothing. Dude, we need to fire a lot of the senior staff. So many no-shows.
What's going on? Sorry, I was in my head for like a couple of minutes.
I said
You
we
need
need to
to
fire
fire
a
someone.
majority of the senior staff.
Yeah, I could see there's a bit of lacking there.
Tuh. New tenure, I hope things will change with, like, a little bit more strict with the job instead of just having them on.
Yeah, I think so too. Look, I'll be honest with you. I think Timmy's going to do a great job, eh? It seems like he's got some good plans happening.
Oh, great. It's Gary.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to come and look at buying something, but now I'm not. No.
Hey!
Don't worry, Gary, man. I'll look after you. Don't worry. Oh, you upset him.
Aww.
Right, let me have a look
Oh,
at
he's
stock.
back.
Literally, the reason why we got a double door is for him to go out sad then come back happy. Like.
Terence Kelly is a rather peculiar man. Aged 36 years old, he coincidentally lived only 2 miles away from Cleo's family home, residing on Tonkin Crescent in Carnarvon, just a 7-minute drive between the two houses. Described by neighbours as a quiet person and a loner, Terence lived by himself, along with his dog. But little did they know, behind closed doors, he had a rather unusual hobby for a man his age. You see, Terence liked to collect dolls, and by dolls, I mean a lot of dolls. Lots and
Dolls?
lots of dolls.
Holy shit.
His personal favourites being brats, a style of American fashion doll.
Really?
And his house was absolutely covered in them, from wall to wall. In fact, he enjoyed these dolls so much that he devoted an entire Facebook profile to display his love.
Oh, hello.
Posting many images of him posing with his dolls and his
So-
wider collection.
Can I try the CBR bike?
CBR bike?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Thank you.
Why did my dasher change when they were just there? Hello.
How you going?
Good, how may I help you?
I just want to get a price on the Subaru out there.
Oh, to sell?
Yeah, just wanted to get a price. What you guys buy for? Max 20 with brakes, I think.
So we would offer 279.
279.
Yeah.
Easy. I'll think about it. I might be back.
No worries.
Thank you.
There you go.
Nah, it doesn't have the, the oomph.
Oh shit. And I guess was here also earlier trying out bikes.
Do you have what's the other green bike? The Hayabusa one?
Yeah, Gus had just tried the Hayabusa.
Yeah, let's try that. And then and how much is the SS Redline, by the way?
420.
Is that max 20?
It is.
Hmm.
Actually on clearance right now.
Terence often took these dolls out in public with him, taking pictures and giving them regular care by doing their hair and dressing them up. And very disturbingly, he treated these dolls as if
So
they were living and
weird.
breathing. Terence's strange antics on Facebook doesn't stop there. It gets much worse. Take a glance at Facebook and you would assume that Terence had several daughters. There's Chiara De Luca, Anaya, Natalia, Tenille, and Katie. Which I'm sure confused investigators to begin with, because Terence has no daughters. They're all fake accounts. Terence had actually created a whole family online for himself, consisting of a wife and many daughters. And his so-called family would interact with him on Facebook, including some posts that would seem inappropriate for a family relationship.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't make it over the old CMG building, I'm not buying it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Alright, can we try the red line, please?
Yeah. Gary. He literally makes money just to spend it. Gary must be listening to me right now. Wait a second. Oh, a speedo. I have to buy liquid soon.
All of these accounts were run by Terence. He was in fact talking to himself and role-playing a whole family of conventionally attractive women. Adding this strange demeanour to the data and evidence that police had on Terence made Terence a prime suspect for Cleo's disappearance, and police wanted to act fast. With Cleo's disappearance soon reaching 3 weeks, Ellie, Jake and Daniel were all desperate and terrified for her safety, and statistically speaking, it didn't look very good for her either. With it being this long, the odds in finding Cleo still alive were not in their favour, and this was dwindling with each and every day that passed by. Cleo was only 4 years old at the time. It's an understatement to say that she hadn't really even begun her life yet, and the thought of it ending so soon was unbearable to family and friends to think about. As the impatience settled in, nerves heightened. There were
Doesn't do as good as the old one.
Yeah.
The old Series 2 red line was faster.
were feelings of sadness, dread, anger and frustration, but above all, hope. And that is when, at 1 AM on Wednesday the 3rd of November, police raided Terence Kelly's home on Tonkin Crescent. Not
Is
even
the
24
HSV
hours after
GTS
learning
max
of
20?
its existence.
SV.
The police had no idea what they would find inside. They prepared themselves in the fact that it may be
So
nothing,
the
or
GTS
possibly
max
it could
20,
be a worst-case
407.
scenario. On arrival,
That's kind of tempting.
You don't have one yet.
I don't have one. But I think we might have one in stock. I'm gonna... Yeah, that's right. Thank you for showing me them.
Yeah.
Officers found the house to be locked, and with no immediate answer at the door, they opted to use a battering ram to break in. They searched room by room, finding each one empty, and as they approached the last bedroom of the house, they tentatively opened the door.
I've got it. Hey, Bobby.
Bring the camera in.
Come here. I've got you, Bobby.
What's your name?
You're alright.
What's your name? What's your name, sweetheart? Your name is Cleo.
Hello, Cleo.
Aww.
Cleo Smith was discovered by police officers, safe and physically well, sitting in her pajamas, with her hair brushed while playing with toys. And Terence was nowhere to be found in the house. Officers picked up Cleo and removed her from his home before investigating the house as a crime scene. And just 1 hour later, Terence was pulled over in his car and arrested on suspicion of kidnapping, thus bringing the disappearance of Cleo Smith to an end. Cleo Smith was alive and well,
Her hair
but for
got
Terence,
colored.
it was a very different story. He was in a world of shit, and this was only the beginning for him. The very next morning, neighbours who lived around Terence came forward to suggest that he very well could have been housing Cleo for those 18 days. His dog was confirmed to have been left outside for that entire period, which apparently was unusual for Terence. And every time Terence left the house, he would speed away as if he were in a rush. Terence was also spotted buying nappies from the local Woolworths supermarket, something that the locals had found strange, as he had never done this before. It was all coming together for those around him. The quiet loner that lived on Tonkin Crescent had been hiding a very dark secret. And I'm talking about Cleo, not the dolls.
We thought it might be that little girl now, which it was, yeah. So then I went closer to the detective's car, yeah, and I saw her in the back of the car, yeah, with the detective, he was holding her, yeah.
And when you saw her in the back of the car, what was going through your mind?
I was like a bit shocked too at the same time, yeah, because neighbours, like, they quiet and that there, like, they do their own thing, but everyone, like, they know the person who stays at that house, they wouldn't think about, or wouldn't thought about it would be him or something, yeah.
Terence was taken into custody, and his house was examined by forensic teams, many items being taken from his property. Police were seen taking bags upon bags of evidence, and even items as large
I
as
bet
a roll
it's
of
all
blood.
his dolls.
He was also officially charged with multiple offences, including forcibly abducting a child under the age of 16. And while being held at a police station in Carnarvon, he was also beaten by a fellow detainee as soon as they had learned who he was. Since his arrest, Terence has been moved into a maximum security prison in Perth. He is now awaiting trial, and is currently confined in a solitary, safe cell. But to the more important details, after 18 excruciating days away from family and home, Cleo was reunited with her parents and her friends, who were all ecstatic to have her back, and safe and well. Her safe return created widespread joy and relief across all of Australia, with Police Commissioner Chris Dawson breaking down and crying upon hearing the news. The conclusion to this case could have been very different, but with thanks to everyone who provided clues, and the investigating officers who never gave up, this story does indeed come with a happy ending. I mean, did you really expect anything else over a Christmas episode? I, for one, wish Cleo and her family a very speedy recovery. I'm sure that there will be obstacles along the way, but the overall conclusion to this case is very positive. With primary school beginning at the age of 5, Cleo is set to take her first steps into education next year. She is once again at the very beginning of a lifetime of happy memories. All the best, Cleo. Thank you again for watching another video today by Coffeehouse Crime, and a Merry Christmas to all of you. And a Merry Christmas from Nero too.
Aw,
We have one
it's
more video coming
kitty.
out before the end of this year, so I'll see you again next week. But until then, be safe wherever you are, travel safe if you're going anywhere, and above. On Christmas Eve of 2015, Gagana moved to the UK to begin a new life of hope and wonder. She had plans to support her family back in Bulgaria, but tragically, her life would end while on her adventures, and her killer would leave her in a suitcase. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffeehouse Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Gagana Prodanova, and how her disappearance led to the most harrowing of discoveries with some rather creepy surveillance footage. And by the way, I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis, so if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffeehouse Crime. What happened to Gagana? Who was her killer, and what were his motives? Pull up a seat, grab a coffee, and sit back. This is the case of Gagana Prodanova.
Just give me a moment. My what's here? Alrighty.
Today's video is sponsored by Audible. If you haven't heard of Audible, it's an online service that allows you to download audiobooks and other forms of spoken word entertainment. And it's got plenty of content to entertain, inspire and inform. I've been using Audible for quite some time now, and it's a great way for me to escape the mundane everyday tasks like cleaning, driving and public transport. And instead, it takes me to places far away. Personal interest of mine, but I'm a huge fan of The Witcher. And Audible's The Witcher Saga does it great justice, and you can listen to any of these books for free with my link. With the holiday season in full swing, an Audible membership can be a great gift for you or someone you love. And if you sign up through audible.com/coffeehousecrime or text coffeehousecrime to 500 you can get a 30-day free trial. And right now, for a limited time, you can also save 60% on your first 3 months, which is only $5.95 a month. Members get 1 credit every month, good for any title in the entire premium selection of bestsellers and new releases. Regardless of price, and unused credits roll over to the next month too. And with Audible, you own your books forever. That means you can go back and listen anytime, even if you cancel your membership. That's audible.com/coffeehousecrime, or text coffeehousecrime to 500. And thank you Audible for sponsoring today's video.
Why is there sour sauce on this?
Our case today takes us to the sunny city of Exeter, which is located in southwest England. And if you're feeling deja vu, that's because our video of Penelope Jackson was in a town located just 50 miles northeast from here. Exeter is much akin to the rest of the southwest, known for its golden sunsets, cider, and even wool. But in its more modern years, the city is better known for business and tourism, one of its many attractions being its series of eerie underground passages. Not somewhere to go if you suffer from claustrophobia. But before our case takes us to the ancient city of Exeter, we must first travel 1,500 miles southeast to the Bulgarian city of Stara Zagora. Translated from Slavic as the star beyond the Balkan Mountains, Stara Zagora is the 5th largest agglomeration in Bulgaria. The city dates back to 342 BC, and interestingly enough, it used to be the capital to the Roman provinces of Thrace and Europe. Stara Zagora has seen many wars since then, and the city has certainly seen better days. Weathered by centuries of bloodshed and conquered by more rulers than I can count, it is just a husk of what it once used to be, with a population of roughly 140,000 residents. It was in the year 2000 that one of these residents, Gagana Prodanova, met a man named Kostadin Kostov. There is not much information before this, but in the early days of their relationship, Gagana and Kostadin were a couple who were madly in love. One thing led to another between the two, and eventually they had kids together. Not 1 or 2, but 3 healthy siblings. And although Gagana and Kostadin certainly had their sunny moments, their relationship would unfortunately become clouded with abuse over the years, and the culprit was Kostadin himself. Kostadin became violent towards Gagana, and this was on more than just a few occasions. In fact, to quote her family, Gagana eventually found herself to be living in hell. She was systematically abused and taken for granted, physically, verbally, and emotionally. Kostadin was also an alcoholic. He very frequently got drunk, and often made poor financial decisions while inebriated, this causing many financial issues in the family along the way. To quote one of Gagana's friends, they had 3 children together, and they lived in Stara Zagora, but at one point, they started to run out of money. He was always very, very drunk, and when he got drunk, he would get into fights and beat her brutally. He would harass her, he would lose his temper, and he would hit her.
Wow.
Gagana was a strong woman, and not that she should ever have to deal with his abuse in the first place, but even she had a breaking point. After several years of neglect, she eventually gave him a rather stark ultimatum: fix yourself or be gone. And every time this happened, he would always somehow manage to convince her that he would change. But these promises would never hold up, and so this vicious cycle of arguing, threatening to break up, and making up would happen again and again and again, until eventually Gagana had enough, deciding to formally break up with Kostadin. It was around the same time, in autumn of 2015, that Gagana's mother-in-law had become seriously ill, and therefore she was unable to work. And with the money already being so scarce throughout the family, they all needed to find new ways to financially support themselves, and fast. Stara Zagora wasn't very plentiful when it came to employment opportunities, and the temptation to earn more by working in another country was always present. When it came to principles, Gagana was very family-oriented, and so, most likely due to her caring personality, she decided to migrate over to England to financially help her family out. I mean, sure, it did mean that she had to leave.
Ah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What am I going to do with this thing? I hate it. You reckon...
What do you mean?
Do you just buy these weird things?
Isn't this the Vapid minivan?
Yeah, and it has the sound system and stuff in it. I just can't deal with it anymore.
We are able to take it off for 90k.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be great, actually.
Okay. Just go ahead and page up sell vehicle, Stella. Let me go grab your He hates the Vapid.
Oh, good.
Details.
Thank you.
Five, 6, 2, 3, first digit, right?
Once 5626.
Yeah, got it. There you go.
Thanks. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers.
You emptied out everything, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Thanks again. Anyone on radio?
I just need to go on sale. On sale.
Leave her children with their grandparents for a while, but she had plans to return as soon as she'd made a bit of cash. And with the average wages being more than 5 times of that in Bulgaria, she would be able to return with some serious money to help her and her family out. And so on Christmas Eve of 2015, Gagana packed her bags, kissed her children goodbye, and boarded a flight to the UK. Gagana found herself at Bristol Airport, and after getting her bearings, she travelled from Bristol to the southwestern city of Exeter. England is very different to the country that she grew up in and knew so well. And without her children, family, or friends, this was a very lonely moment for her. But Gagana was strong, resilient, and resourceful. And very quickly, she found work as a cleaner at the Great Western Hotel. She became known as a very dependable and warm employee. As days turned into weeks, Gagana's social circle grew, finding a community of Bulgarians away from home. She even found love with a new man named Tiomir Todorov, who treated her kindly and made her very happy. He also had a great taste in shirts. And just like that, Gagana had established herself in her newfound world, an achievement that felt exhilarating, while it lasted. I say while it lasted, as unfortunately, that would all change by the month of April 2016. Although Gagana was finally over Kostadin, it appeared that maybe he wasn't over her. And after learning of her newfound whereabouts in Exeter, he made the decision to fly over and join her in her adventures. After arriving in the UK, Kostadin tried his hardest to win back the love of Gagana, but it was too little too late. She had moved on and found a new partner. With that said, Kostadin was still the father to her 3 children, and she didn't feel like she could just throw him into the streets. And so, the two began a complex friendship in their 1-bedroom apartment on Mount Pleasant Road. Their situation grew turbulent pretty fast. Just the very next month, while on the drink, Kostadin became jealous and angry towards Gagana while at a party, resulting in him smashing her mobile phone and damaging her finger in front of her friends. Not only did this confirm that Kostadin hadn't changed, but it also scared Gagana. She therefore moved out of the apartment that she was paying for immediately, moving in with Tiomir. Gagana avoided Kostadin Kostov at all costs after that day, only returning to the apartment to change her clothes or cook. And the tension between the two was thicker than ever before. The two barely spoke, yet all the same, Kostadin refused to leave. And so, 1,500 miles away from home, Kostadin once again clouded Gagana's world. On the 4th of August 2016, Gagana's troubled life once again took a turn for the worse. And by that I mean she fell silent. Gagana had disappeared. Gagana was a very dependable employee, and so colleagues and friends were rather confused when she didn't turn up for work the very next day. And that's when strange text and Facebook messages started to appear. Those messages indeed coming from her phone and her account, but they didn't sound like Gagana. My mum has passed away. I've flown back to Bulgaria. I don't know when I'll be back. Her sudden disappearance didn't make much sense to her friends either. Gagana had made plans to meet her boyfriend and cook him dinner after work, and CCTV footage at a local supermarket confirmed these intentions. However, she never made it to Tiomir's home, and instead, at the time, this surveillance footage was her last confirmed location. Tiomir received a text message very similar to others, declaring that she was flying back to Bulgaria. Being the boyfriend to a now missing woman would evidently put Tiomir in the spotlight for detectives, but there was no evidence to suggest any form of foul play, and he had a very strong alibi from the very beginning of investigations. Even more so, he would instead be able to direct their attention towards Kostadin Kostov, as he had heard of his previous abuse, actions and behaviour, and this would help build an initial case around Kostadin. Police brought Kostadin in for interrogation, and according to him, he was actually with Gagana when she received a phone call about her dead mother back in Bulgaria. She allegedly told him that she needed to fly back home immediately, and in response, he gave her £250 to help her along her journey. However, deep diving into these details left detectives a little confused. It didn't make much sense to them. To begin with, Gagana had a much higher salary when compared to Kostadin. They had also learned through data forensics that Gagana's mobile phone had never actually left Exeter either. And after her last confirmed appearance, all of her text messages were being sent within the same city. It was also proven that Kostadin's SIM card had been put into her mobile phone on at least one occasion, which further raised suspicion. And to add to the list of these growing concerns, Bulgarian police would confirm that Gagana's family hadn't seen or been in contact with Gagana, and her mother was still alive and well. Bristol Airport confirmed no tracked activity with her passport, and her bank accounts showed no new or foreign activity either. You get the picture. Kostadin's statement made no sense.
He's
They
lying.
therefore arrested him under suspicion of murder and obtained a search warrant for their apartment. The search warrant would deliver more troubling clues. Detectives found Bulgarian currency, Gagana's toothbrush, her bags, and even her suitcase, things that would be almost essential to her if she had left. There was no DNA to suggest that any violence had taken place in the flat, but investigators did notice that the shopping items Gagana had bought from the supermarket were still there in the fridge, thus concluding that she did in fact make it back to her apartment that evening. But interestingly enough, the clothes that she was wearing that day could not be found. It was on the 16th of August, 12 days since Gagana's disappearance, that a harrowing discovery was made. An employee who worked for Network Rail noticed a foul smell coming from shrubbery away from the rail line. The embankment was located along Blackhall Road, near Howell Road Bridge, and after informing police, detectives travelled over to investigate. Peering over the stone wall, they noticed sticks and twigs which were stacked over a dark-looking object. And walking through the undergrowth to get a closer look, the smell became stronger. Detectives noticed that the object in question was a suitcase, and maggots appeared to be crawling in and out from its canvas. CSI were called in to photograph and record the scene, and eventually the suitcase was opened to reveal whatever was inside. It was in that moment that they discovered a body. The body of Gagana Prodanova. Forensic analysis would confirm detectives' greatest fears. DNA taken from tissue samples of the body ended up matching the DNA found on Gagana's toothbrush. And with the condition that her body was in, it appeared that she had been left outside to decay in the suitcase for quite some time. The family and friends of Gagana Prodanova were devastated. With Gagana missing for almost 2 weeks, they had all considered this possible outcome. However, none of them were ready to accept or believe it. Feelings of shock and despair were felt throughout all that knew Gagana, and the general public of Exeter were both puzzled and saddened of her murder, taking place in a city that is well known for its safe community. Although the uncertainty behind Gagana's disappearance had now come to an end, both effort and attention towards her case would not slip away. Instead, officers were now even more determined to find out what exactly had happened to her. It was obvious that Gagana was murdered, and they had their suspicions on who could have done it too, but there was no concrete evidence linking Gagana to Kostadin. So, who killed Gagana? And why? And what was their motives? In an effort to better understand these questions, police doubled down on their efforts to collect new evidence based on recent findings. With her body found almost a mile away from her apartment on Mount Pleasant Road, detectives now had a new location to focus on when it came to digging through surveillance footage. And, rather disturbingly, they found several video clips that would unnerve even the strongest of characters. On Sunday the 7th of August at approximately 5 AM, a surveillance camera captured a man in a baseball cap, towing a suitcase around the city. Based on his posture, the suitcase appeared to be very heavy, and after idly standing on Sidwell Street for over a minute and a half, the man and the suitcase continued travelling southwest. The same ominous figure was then captured outside of a shop. He appeared to struggle when dropping the suitcase off the curb. And at 5:08 AM, he was once again seen travelling down Sidwell Street, before taking another moment to catch his breath. Just a quick note, the camera's time is incorrect. He seemed out of breath, or at the very least, he was contemplating his location. He also seemed to stop in his movements whenever anyone was nearby, before moving on when they were no longer watching. A surveillance camera at a nearby mosque on York Road would again capture the figure walking northwest. He then travelled north on Pennsylvania Road, being seen shortly after 5 AM. Pennsylvania Road is adjacent to Blackwell Road, the very one in which Gagana's body was found. You can see how heavy the suitcase must have been, the figure lurching forward in order to equalise his centre of gravity with the suitcase. There is no additional CCTV footage beyond this point, but just 29 minutes later, this same man in a baseball cap was spotted walking back in the opposite direction, with no suitcase in hand. Surveillance cameras at the local mosque once again captured this man walking in the opposite direction before changing routes. Although disturbing to watch, this surveillance footage was a big win for detectives. With Gagana's body being found in a suitcase that seemed to match the suitcase in the surveillance footage, it is very sensible to assume that this man could very well be Gagana's killer. But with the resolution of all cameras being so poor, they could only match the larger features of this figure to a suspect. Police were obviously interested in Gagana's ex-partner, Kostadin, and the figure in this surveillance footage seemed to match him pretty well too. But they needed more evidence. And luckily, that evidence would soon be found. Surveillance footage wasn't the only area of concentration for detectives, as they would also rummage through rubbish bins in the surrounding areas in an effort to find more clues that linked Gagana to Kostadin. And this effort would prove its weight in gold. Detectives were searching for several items, including this shopping bag, which was spotted in the supermarket surveillance footage on August the 4th. And eventually, they would find this very same shopping bag, along with Gagana's shirt, leggings, and underwear. The condition of the shirt was poor, and it seemed likely that it was cut away from her body. With this in mind, detectives back at their apartment located a pair of scissors found in the kitchen. And after sending it for forensic analysis, results concluded that the scissors still contained fragments of cotton from the very same shirt, therefore linking Kagana's final items of clothing to her own apartment. Forensics would also find traces of Kostadin's blood on her leggings, and even found his saliva on a can of Carlsberg, which was thrown in the trash alongside her clothes. This evidence was pretty damning, now linking Kostadin to their apartment to Gagana on the day that she disappeared. With this surveillance footage, forensic analysis and network data, detectives felt that they finally had enough evidence to try Kostadin Kostov for the murder of Gagana Prodanova, and in April of 2017, his trial began. While being questioned on trial, Kostadin often laughed and smiled, implying that he had no real perception of depth to the seriousness of his case. He kept to his side of the story, implying that Gagana's killer must be somebody else, who was also trying to frame Kostadin as the killer. But the subtleties in his language about Gagana were often noticed. Kostadin speaking about her as if she were an item that belonged to him, even implying that it was her fault that she was dead. And police had their own additional surprises too, revealing further surveillance footage of Kostadin returning to Gagana's burial site just days later, before getting his phone out and googling the question,
"How long does it take for a human corpse to decompose?"
This search being confirmed through digital forensics on his mobile phone. This fresh evidence, along with the overwhelming mass of evidence already presented, ended in a very swift and obvious verdict by the jury. In not even 90 minutes of deliberation, they had unanimously found Kostadin Kostov guilty of the murder of Gagana Prodanova. They had concluded that the cause of death was likely strangulation, and the motive for his murder was jealousy. Despite having 3 children with Gagana, he had irreparably ruined their relationship by abusing her throughout the years. When she left him for another man, Kostadin saw red. He couldn't handle his loss, and in response, he took Gagana's life. If he couldn't have her, no one would. Kostadin Kostov was sent to life in prison with a minimum of 19 years. He will be eligible for parole in the year 2036. A short sentence, considering he had taken the life of his ex-partner and denied all 3 of their children a mother and now a father. Speaking from Bulgaria, Gagana's mother would describe her pain in the loss of her daughter. She said, "The death of Gagana has completely destroyed me. I am heartbroken. She was my hope. I have deep sorrow. She didn't deserve this fate. Gagana was very kind and loved her children very much. I cannot imagine what will happen to them now. Their grandmother, who looks after them, is almost 70, and I don't know what will happen to these kids. No one deserves such a fate." Gagana Prodanova was a kind-natured woman who had moved far away from home and her children to better support her family back in Bulgaria. She put others first and prioritized helping those that she loved above her own comfort or happiness. She could have never anticipated her own death when meeting Kostadin Kostov. But over the decades, his poisonous talons slowly dug their way into her skin. And perhaps it was her sweet nature that held on to the hope that her children's father would one day come around to be a caring husband, a loving father, and a fair man. Sadly, the only thing that Kostadin was ever able to prove was his violent cowardice. And so concludes the end of today's video. Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffeehouse Crime. If you found this video interesting or you learned something new today, then please remember to like the video and subscribe if you haven't yet. Kostadin Kostov was by no means a good man. Let's hope he gets more than his minimum sentence.
Try PDM again. Since this is not working. Why is our gate just open? It's broken. It's broken. no! Oh no! Shit. Ah, shit. Oh no. Yeah, be back.
I was married for 14 years before he filed for divorce. I started falling for someone online. First, it was just a friendship, of course, and then it changed.
I just want to remind you that I love you so much and I miss you. And please don't stop, okay? I love you.
His smile is just a radiation. And when we talk on the phone, we just talk and laugh. And I love his laugh.
I miss you so much, okay? I just wanted to know that I love you so much. I can't wait to have you.
What's up, Seekers? Welcome back to another episode of Scamfish presented by SocialCatfish.com. On today's episode, our guest Raina shares a chilling story of love and deception that unfolded amidst of her marriage. It all began with a simple message on Instagram from a man named Matthew. These conversations quickly became a daily routine. Raina was going through a rough patch in her marriage and was over the moon to find someone who seemed interested in her life and struggles. Matthew was everything she wanted in a partner: smart, charming, and successful. But there was one problem: they had never met in person. Raina thought nothing of it until she found herself sending tens of thousands of dollars to help him get home after being detained. Tune in as we uncover the truth behind Matthew's identity and bring a halt to a romance scammer that threatens to exploit the vulnerability of divorcees like Raina. Real quick, guys, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your comment and like could help stop someone from being scammed. Let's get into it.
I was married for 14 years before he filed for divorce. I started falling for someone online. First, it was just a friendship, of course, and then it changed. There was no communication with my husband and I. And I told Walter, I really did. I said, you're a great provider, but emotionally, you're not there for me. I was losing who I was.
Raina and Walter's marriage was plagued by various issues causing tension between them. Despite their problems, they continued to live together. It was during this period that Raina was approached by a stranger named Matthew. He sent her a follow request and a direct message.
The first message was on March 17th. Hello, Raina, how you doing? I said, I'm good, and you? Happy Sunday to you. It's really nice to meet you here. I'm Matthew. I said, where are you from? He said, I'm originally from Switzerland, but I have been living in San Diego, California. I said, I live in Louisiana. It was more about, how's your day going? How's the weather? You know, just friendly conversation. What do you do? Type, you know, just getting the general get to know you questions. I told Walter, I said, oh, this guy just needs somebody to talk to because he lost his wife. He's out in Turkey and his kid is here. You know, he just wants to talk to somebody. And that's me. I will give you my ear anytime. But we were just friends because sometimes Walter would be sitting right there when I was talking to him anyway. But at the same time, I wasn't able to have conversations with Walter as I was to do with the guy online. To be honest with you, he was the only person that really sat and talked to me. I know he's about 5'9", 5'10". His smile is just a radiation. And when we talk on the phone, we just talk and laugh. And I love his laugh.
Raina confided in Matthew about her marital problems, specifically feeling neglected by her husband due to a lack of attention. This conversation took place after a few days of chatting.
More so the personality that I was getting from him, you know, of a
Welcome
caring
back.
person, and a good listener. I give the guy credit. He's a great communicator. He gave me that attention and that's what made me start falling for him. For him, he says it's just refreshing to have conversations and somebody he can talk to. And so we always talk, at least.
Matthew displayed a genuine concern for Rena's emotional well-being within their marriage. He made a point to check in with her every day, inquiring about her relationship with her husband. His daily interest in her mental health was a clear indication of his care and concern for her.
Matthew was the type always concerned on how I made out on the situation. Did I come out okay? Am I emotionally okay? It turned romantic. It did. It did.
Over time, the relationship between Rena and Matthew evolved from an online friendship to an online romance. Their emotional connection grew stronger, and Matthew eventually expressed his love for Rena. Coincidentally, this occurred around the same time that Rena's husband Walter filed for a divorce.
Never thought getting into a relationship with somebody you never really met.
Matthew began to experience financial difficulties, and Rena was willing to lend a hand.
At one time, he was able to FaceTime me. And just recently, because I said you haven't FaceTimed me since the summer, he told me he had to sell his phone for money. If somebody's hungry, yes, I will feed somebody, because you never know the next form of Jesus Christ. I want to say it was the end of April, beginning of May, that he requested for some help to get that equipment when he found out his bank had locked him out. They would need more verification that he is who he is, because the account has not been used.
In a bid to make ends meet, Matthew began selling his personal belongings, but it was not enough to support him. He needed funds to be with his daughter, which led to him requesting financial help from Rena.
The first one was because he needed to finish the job so he can get home to his daughter. When I was like, I don't have that kind of, honey, he, I need to get to my daughter. I need to get to my daughter. That's the only time he ever felt pushy to me. And it was to get some equipment sent to finish the job in Turkey.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Oh, bullshit.
And get the materials he needed to finish his job. So my thing was to really get him home to his daughter first.
Rena was generously providing thousands of dollars every month to support Matthew in his job and help him get back home so he could see his daughter in San Diego.
In June, $3,000. July, $2,500. In August, another $2,000.
Matthew even requested that Rena pay for his plane ticket to San Diego.
That was like $2,000-$3,000, and showed me a ticket. It said from Isabel to California. That's where he was supposed to have been from. That's where his daughter is.
Finally, after completing his job, Matthew was filled with relief and excitement as he boarded the plane. He was so happy to be reunited with his daughter. His heart swelled with joy at the thought of traveling with her to meet Rena. However, while waiting at the airport, the situation began to take a dark turn.
He said, honey, you're not going to believe this.
Don't worry, man.
That's what he said.
Let's get in on the ground floor.
The following morning, I woke up and there was a message that they saying he couldn't leave. He had to pay this fee for stuff that was in his bag. He said he had an international paper to carry his tools. They saying that paper was no good in Turkey, but I got here with it. I need to leave with these expensive tools. So that's when he's been there ever since. I've been stuck there.
In an effort to secure his release, she selfishly committed to a payment plan, sending a portion of her earnings from work every month to cover Matthew's mounting fees. She was so determined to help him, Rena even picked up an additional job to provide additional financial support.
you know, I had to go back and find work. And I've been sending Matt $500 every month since. I can't afford it. I can't afford to send him all the money at once. Altogether, it has to be close to like $18,000 or $20,000 that I have sent Matthew. My family were all skeptical from the beginning. Ma, if he asks you for money, he's a scammer. My sister, the same thing. Don't send money. Don't send money. So, as I sent money, it was all secretly. Matthew and I did the math last week, and it looks like he should be done with everything by April, paying these people off.
Rena remains optimistic that Matthew is being truthful about the challenges he's facing, with the aim of finally meeting this man in person.
I would love for him to be real. I would love to get rid of this extra debt, as you would say, that he's a real person, because I'm very comfortable with him. I mean, I know that's him being thousands of miles away and me being here, but he just has a calmness about him. I tried to walk away twice, and I ended up going right back. So I need to know how and should I move on from this? When is enough enough? If you were to tell me Matthew was real, I would feel so delighted that I was doing God's work and helping someone, and he was true, telling me his true feelings about me, and because I love him. I truly do.
This payment plan was bogus. We later found out that the CMG This was a huge red flag. The first thing we did was find out who the real man in these photos was. Brianne and I warned Rena not to send any more money while we looked into this.
You have to promise us right here, right now, that you're not going to send any more money to him.
What am I going to do about next week?
You've been giving money to this person, and you really still don't know who he is.
Right.
And so you could be giving it to a scammer, or you could be giving it to a child, or who knows, you know? So it's really important that we're able to investigate this person before you give him any more money. You know, and this is for your protection.
All right.
So we're pinky promising, right?
I'm just saying, oh my God. What am I going to do next week? Because, yeah, he'll be looking for it next week. He will.
You won't be sick.
I'm going to have to be firm, I guess.
The next day, we dug into all the information that Rena sent.
So this is actually a stamp card with some of the equipment that we were supposed to send over. This was over $5,000. This was a certificate of that exchange.
Hey, buddy!
We looked it up and we found it.
Looking good.
So I ran an image search on the signature of Aiden Mehmet and found results for an actor for Star Wars. His name is Arhol Hexafon.
I mean, it looks like it's Photoshop.
The whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the better looking ones that we've seen. Maybe they're updating their templates, but
You know, it looks more professional.
Why in a lot of these scams, there's always some kind of contract that looks like this.
I think they intentionally make these look like they're cheesy because they want somebody who's gonna believe that it's real, and they're not interested in the person that's like not trusting them enough to like not send money. They want somebody that's like overly trusting and maybe gonna glaze over some of the things that might be apparent. Like the thing is like these scams last months or years, and so when somebody's in it, they start looking at this like documentation, and maybe there's a question in the back of their mind, but there's like cognitive bias. It's the same reason why
Huh?
you see something on TV on one news outlet.
It just did a drive-by, like, hello?
Like under tremendous amount of pressure. Like, hey, I'm gonna come home. My son's sick. He's having surgery. I'm gonna die if you don't send money. So they get coerced into sending money as well in that way.
Yeah. Using a kid is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that's.
Our team uncovered everything we needed to stop this romance scammer in his tracks. We wanted to make sure we got rid of any thought that this guy was real, so we sat down with her to go over everything we had found. Stick around until the end.
Oh, it's this guy. He's always diving. Oh, bitch. This guy needs something. Not, I'm gonna switch
Bruh.
roles. What's up? Bruh. Maybe they really don't need anything. No, I see someone running across the street. Who's that?
Hey, ma'am.
Hello, I'm up here.
Ma'am, are these guys over here annoying you?
You owe me 20
Huh?
bucks.
Are those guys over there annoying you?
Oh.
How's your day today, ma'am?
Huh?
How's your day today?
Alright.
Good to hear, good to hear. What's your plans for today, ma'am?
Paperwork.
Yeah. Can I buy some rumpo, please?
One rumpo?
Yeah, one rumpo for daddy.
No problem.
Can you call me daddy, please?
No.
Why not?
The moment as I grab that rumpo, did you want me to store it as well? Or did you want to drive
nah.
out? Okay.
Yeah, I would love to take it out. Just give me my little kid.
You'll just follow me to the back so I can give your keys.
Ma'am, I just want to give it to my little kitten.
Huh?
No, I just said I want to give it to my little kitten.
Okay.
Yeah.
We always enjoy.
Would you like to be my kitten?
No, thank you.
Call me at the place tonight.
But wasn't there someone in the? Oh yeah, there's a girl there. In my Alrighty, if nobody else needs help, I wanna dip. as well get this over with. Good. You? How are you? The only recent purchase I've gotten is the wide body HSV. And another purchase that's not a Yankton but has no plate anyways was a golf cart. But yeah. shit! Ow! That fucking hurt. I should have went out the front if I was gonna do that.
Well deserved, mate. You say cheers, mate. Thanks. Raven,
What's up?
let's go into the office real quick.
Change your hair color.
No.
I thought it was more brown.
Oh, actually, it was. That was probably like a couple of weeks ago, though.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here.
Now it has a tinge of blue.
Yeah, I chucked that in as well. I don't know, just an extra identifier, you know.
More like a haze identifier.
Yeah. Just trying to here we go. Right, did you get that?
Yeah, I got printers.
Okay.
But, wait, is the boss menu right there?
Right where I'm standing. Yeah. So you're gonna have to
You're gonna
refly.
have to. No, you're gonna have to do it again. Just
Oh,
hire
was it?
twice.
Yep.
Yep, now I see it. That's the trick. You don't have to refly. You just hire them twice, and it'll instantly show to them.
Oh, true. All right. Well, it's good to know. All right. Well, you should see the blips just outside. Have you? You've never worked at Hayes ever?
No, not Hayes is my first time in Hayes. I've worked in
First
every
time.
other mechanic shop.
That's what I thought. I'll quickly just show you the blips. I've shown you the sheets. Do you need any help running through the sheets?
It actually looks like the old Benny sheets. Not gonna lie.
It could be. Yeah, we'll just I'll show you the blips and then we'll just go outside for a minute just to run through, and then you'll be all good. So this is where you change and you can get your equipment.
We change out in the open. Holy!
We sure do. Yeah. This one over here has the spray paint in it, and you can also store your stuff in there if you need to for any reason. I wouldn't keep your stuff in there for too long.
Oh, okay, so these are accessible to renters?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We'll just hop outside for a minute. You've got two. You got two loots. So you got this one here. This is tow truck.
Get vehicle.
Yep.
That's a parking blip right there.
That's the parking. So when you're in a car, you'll see two red blips as well.
Yeah.
This one closest to this is your parking, and that one.
In the store.
Yeah. That's it. So you just have to be careful sometimes that you don't accidentally park your car in the wrong one.
Or else it'll store in the in your house again.
That's it. Yeah. All right. We'll just quickly open up sheets.
Okay. Yeah, it actually looks like
Yeah. Yeah. So you've got employee name. So that's obviously your name. I've put all your details in already. So you're already in there. If you come up, anyone that comes up as purple is an employee. Anyone comes up as blue is VIP. They also get employee services, so you just put them through as an employee on the as you invoice them. Anyone that comes up grey has an unpaid invoice, so you just have to ask them to pay that, or if they say they have, just speak to a manager just to see if they have, or get it removed, whatever the reason is. And if it comes up red, they're blacklisted. Now, if they ask why they're blacklisted, you can see the tab down the bottom that says blacklist and VIP.
You didn't want to make it black for blacklisted.
No, we just had it red as well, big no-no. But you can go into that tab and you can see why. So if they ask why they have, you get like the reasons in there, and it also says when that blacklist ends. Some of them are permanent, some of them are only for a couple of weeks or a week or so.
Yeah.
I think we actually have one ending today. I'll have a look.
Your blacklist is quite short.
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad. It ended today, so someone must have already deleted it, which is good for that person. What else? If refills and patch kits in city are just the refill and the invoice, and then you put them through on the sheets as refill slash repair kit.
So they're
We only
2,000 each.
yeah yep.
Okay.
We only do 2 spray paints per customer per blackout, so any more than that, no good.
Okay.
And you have to make sure you definitely put those through the sheets so we can keep count. And what else have we got?
So if they buy 1 spray paint, right? And then they buy another 1 spray paint.
That's fine.
What if they come in again and do I have to actually manually look through the sheets to see if they had bought before?
That's a really good question. That's a good question. I haven't actually. I've only ever sold to one person, so I've never had that issue come across.
Okay.
But I will bring that up if there's a way that we can figure out that someone has bought.
And for the remover, is there a limit to that one?
No.
Okay.
As many as you want for that.
When do we do promotional?
So we have 2 sets of groups at the moment that get promotional. There's the Rogue Company. So do you know what they look like?
Which one?
The Rogue Company. They have white and grey camouflage vests on, or colours, I guess you should say.
Okay, I've not been in city in quite a long time.
Oh, yeah,
So,
no, that's alright.
When it comes to like new groups around the city, it's kind of
A little bit, yeah, a bit iffy. Usually the people that come in here, they'll say employee or promotional. If they say promotional, it's just employee, because we've taken it down to that level now for them. But we have Road Company and the Salvatores at the moment because they've hosted events here in the last
CMG
couple
as
of months.
well.
Sorry?
Anyone that's in the blue?
Anyone that's in the blue, yeah. But usually they'll have to ask for it because we don't ask for IDs here. So if they don't ask for it, they don't get it. You know what I mean? So if they come in and say, "Oh, just a repair," we just charge them a repair. If they say employee, we can charge them an employee. We can start doing the repair and the sheets, and if it comes up that they're not an employee, you can stop it and say you're not an employee.
So I always tell them to put a dot in the chat.
Oh, yep, that works. But that won't work for the promotional. If they say promotional and they don't come up as
but if it's employee, like, can you put a dotty in the chat?
Yep, that's fine. That's completely fine.
It's a lot easier to prove that they're an employee.
That's it. But if they say they're promotional and you start you've charged them, they pay for it, you start the repair and then you put it in the sheets as you're repairing and it's it comes up that they're not, you can stop that repair and say that it doesn't come up as promotional. Like, sorry about that, but either you pay a full repair or there's no service. Hang on a minute, I'm just training someone. But it's also up to your discretion. If you want to let that one slide and just let a higher up know that this person's coming in saying that they're promotional, it might be that the spelling is wrong or something like that. But I'm pretty sure you can see it on the blacklist of VIP list as well.
Do we have to do, when we do impounds, we have to log it in as well?
Ideally, yeah. Yep. So we try to log everything apart from mods. We don't have to log those ones.
Okay.
Just give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna find what else we need to go through. When you do get to that mod level, it's 15% for employees and 20% for customers. I've shown you the blips. You know how to use a tablet and to set your call sign when you get one. You obviously know how to tow. Yeah, other than that, you're pretty much good to go, Raven. If you had any questions, let me know. we have, hang on, we'll just go inside real quick because we have Slick that's in there. He's a new floor supervisor, so any questions you can ask him, and Smacks. And this is Jasmine, and this Smacks is just down here.
Hello.
Jasmine, this is Raven.
Hello.
Newest apprentice. And this is Smacks down here. Smacks, this is Raven, new apprentice.
G'day, Copper. How you going?
Hi. Good.
Yeah, good, mate, good.
And then we got Slick over there doing the repair. All the mods, actually.
I think they're on the tuner
But yeah, if you had any questions, you could probably direct it to Smacks or Slick. I actually have to go in my head for a minute just to make a phone call. But any questions? Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good to go. No worries, Raven. Thanks for coming in and
There you go,
I
cover.
guess no, get to work.
Like you have a worker there on the sleeping on the job right there.
Can you go back over there?
It's just one of the customers
The one that was all
having a
black.
nap.
Wait,
Yeah.
go one more forward.
No worries. All right,
No,
Jazz. I'll
one
be
more
back
back.
shortly.
Yeah. Alright.
There, wait, there was go back. There, that one.
Did he give you your role?
Oh yeah.
I don't know about the email roles, but I do have the sheets already. You got the job IC, but I'm not sure about the emails yet. I don't think I got the.
Can you just put like a white curl on this? No color. Like leave it black, but with a white curl, like a.
Yeah, there's no roles yet on the emails.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Oh, the jumper again. Let's go.
It suits you.
Hmm?
It suits you?
I like jumpers. I'm just having to, I just need to customize a little bit. Because the glasses is non-prescript. I need to get these glasses.
Yeah, that's fine. You can change everything besides the actual printers,
yeah.
What's it called? And you have to have shoes on. That's
Of
the
course.
only thing. No, nothing covering the whole face. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do have your roles.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Did you toggle duty?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so if you need any help, Slick and Smacks are full supervisors, so they can help you out.
Yeah,
training
no
and stuff.
worries.
And have you had a look at our sheets?
Oh yeah, it looks exactly like when we so I used to own Benny's in 2020, 2021. This is when we did those type, like we revamped the whole sheets from the list type into like drop down. So these are literally kind of
okay.
like our sheets back then when we changed
Yeah.
them.
Okay.
But yeah, it's very familiar, honestly.
The only thing, I don't know if he told you,
Mhm.
but the rules and regulations, has he told you about those? The contract?
About the SOPs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's the same as most that I've been
Yeah.
through.
So it's just it's on the dashboard. Just let Billy know or Santana, you'll see her around, or any other manager you see around. Let them know that you agree to them within a week. Otherwise, your employment will be terminated.
Within
So
a
you just have
while.
a week. You have a week to read over the contract and to let a manager know that you agree with the rules.
Oh, okay. Is there a ticky box or?
They'll do that.
Oh.
You just have to let them know. Damn. I think that's everything. You can either email them or you can see them in person. It's whatever you want.
Okay. It's always awkward when you get hired at a job the first time. At least to me it is. It's always like a little kind of awkward. Anyways, let me go ahead and change my nickname. Server profile. Oh shit, it's Gary.
VIP, please. Gary Cray.
Oh, it's Gary.
What are you doing here?
I just got hired at my my fifth mechanic shop.
There we go. Jesus.
What? I want to try every mechanic shop in this city. Like, it's been like that ever since. Maybe after a year or two, I'll try out LS tuners.
Oh my god.
What?
I mean, look, hey, the constant moving is dedicated in that way.
I mean constant. I was with LSA for 4 months, and that's when I first came in city. I was with NRMA for a month to try them out. I was with Benny's for 2 years, owned Benny's for a year. And then Flywheels, I was with them for a little over a year. Over a year and a half, probably.
Okay. Yep.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Anyways, nice meeting you all. I'll come to work when I can.
Alright.
Oh, okay. See ya.
I need to change that outfit.
No, do you need to go to a clothing store then?
No, what are you doing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm apprentice. I told them specifically that I
I just want to get this car repaired because it wasn't on 100%. Might go back up to Lido and do some diving for. I'm gonna drive up to. What are you doing?
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Holy.
Oh, don't tell me.
You could go steal a car.
No.
What do you mean?
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
If we do that, I'm gonna tell them you kidnapped me.
Oh, you can do that. I'm not. They have to catch us first. Pretty calm.
might as well go to the clothing shop. Who is this?
Sure.
This is an actual guy.
Might someone actually get like dropped?
He looks like a clown. With a Danny bow tie.
Oh no.
I think I've seen this guy on Twitter before. Wow, your shoes are even branded. What the hell?
Yeah. Gotta show that I got money, you know?
But you always tell me you're trying to make money. Hello, DJ
Yeah.
Mustard Boy.
That's how you stay rich, is constantly making money.
Yeah. But you make it sound as if you're poor.
Well, you're not wrong.
Mm. Why are you always
Just
poor?
fake. Why am I always poor? Because, like, you know, as you know already, I like shiny things, so I spend a lot of money on shiny things.
Do you sell those shiny things?
Not normally.
Okay.
Depending on what it is. I mean, if it's stuff from you know, a certain jewelry store, then I might sell it.
Me, right?
Allegedly. Oh yeah, sure.
I tried this boba tea place.
Hmm.
It's called Creme Brulee Monster Boba. It's actually really good.
That just makes me want to have creme brulee.
It's actually really good. I wanted to try their fries as well. With garlic and butter. It was so good. And they even had a dipping sauce of the chili. It's like a sweet chili sauce. I was like kind of sussed out. I was like, how come they have it? It looks like, I don't know. I was like, So I decided to try it, and I liked it.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. Yo.
Howdy.
Don't know what happened to him. She just found him on the floor.
There's a random ass person on the floor.
He was that good looking, he must have fell from the stars.
Nah.
Oh, damn.
Maybe for
No.
you.
Oh, mate, I'm just gonna clean you up. Send you right home.
Alright, let's go see what's happening over here.
I sold mine. It was only like not even max
God.
20. I got 300k for it.
Fucking hell.
Oh.
Whoa! Hell, rude.
Whoa.
I'm so hurt. That hurt so much. I'm already injured.
I'm gonna go to work soon. Kill myself.
I gotta go to work at 5:30.
Do night shifts?
Nah, I just gotta go work for a little bit.
Oh, yep.
Oh, you're alive, bro.
Oh yeah, I was just taking a little nap.
Not feed the cows.
Well, yeah, you'll love that.
The
Gotta
broken
check out
arm.
the cows and shit. Fucking cows
Yeah,
and
I was having a real
go in,
good
like,
time.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
shit. Fucking hell.
I start at 3:30.
Okay.
Fuck that.
I'm doing a short shift tonight. It's pretty nice. 3:30 to 9.
3:30 to 9.
Yeah, it's short.
I'm gonna go and oh, I know who's this. Where's that Phoenix dude?
Def's dad.
I'm gonna
Nice.
try. I think I need to look for the outfit though. think it was this one.
Yeah, that's the top.
It'd be cool if we could, do half and half. Do you have another version? I think they do. Guess not. I should have remembered the number. Hey, is this not the one?
Yeah, that's the shirt.
The pants is not the one though. There's only one.
No. That looks like it.
Yeah. Is this the one that fits? I mean, this looks fine from the front. Back, it could be like these were stitched on.
Yeah, that's alright.
Yeah. Ew. ankles are missing. God, so many different shoes now. Well, where is the... Right, let me save this first. I need to see where the shoes are. Shoes are these now? The numbers change.
You have to search them. You can't just like find them.
I know I have to... I need to know the numbers. I'm 36 one. Huh? It's not 136.
Try going backwards and forwards once.
Oop. Holy weird shit. Gary is behind me. Yeah, I can't find it. Holy. No, he's not a black hand.
That's weird.
Yeah. Right there, you can see his shoes. He is in temple. Yeah, you can see his shoes in the back. I wanted Converse, but no ankles.
I mean, I don't think you can really tell when you put the Converse on there.
I can tell. There's a difference. What the frick are these shoes?
Oh, that is some ugly ass shoes. Oh, damn. Wait, aren't those it?
No.
Oh, no, they're the other ones.
No. I want the other ones, but they're not here. I don't get why I can't find the specific ones.
They might just be bugged at the moment.
Hmm. Ah, someone gave a smart idea. Okay, let's try this again. Like I disappeared.
Yeah, he must have been in his head for too long, you know?
I read this or the other one? Hmm. 9 and 555. 9 and 555. 9 555. Nine five. Hmm. I'd rather have the other one. Where'd these one? Oh. Where the heck these shoes are? Like, can't even find them in the stuff.
All the numbers are probably jumbled because of new stuff they put in.
But play. Oh! There's double. Oh, there's new styles. They're so cute. Pretty blackout. But these shoes? It's kind of trippy.
Yeah, but they work.
It's like half blue, half pink.
Yeah, that kind of goes with the vibe, you know, because you got the deep blue up there, and then you got your pinkish hair.
It's so funny that the shoes that I saved before, I can't find them now because I have in my wardrobe. You know?
Kind of.
Huh?
Eh.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, there's another blue and pink. Interesting. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I'm not gonna change this hat. People know me for this hat.
Yeah.
Dude, does my hair look more orange?
It looks orange at like the ends. They're more pink at the top.
I need to change it. I don't remember having this hair. I think it works. It's been so long since I've been in a jumper.
Oh, back in the old, the old uniform.
I think I need to change his hair. I don't remember it being so orange. Oh shit.
Bugger.
You
Missed.
trying to get a car?
Yeah.
I don't know park car anywhere. That's a person. Don't shoot at.
Oh, but they're the best to shoot at.
Don't they have
That's
cars?
right, okay, they can't
Oh, there's cars here. Silly. It's it's electric.
Reckon my car go faster.
Why are you smoking? Alright, let's test it out, yeah? Wait, oh. Wait. Count down.
3, 2, 1.
I'm so embarrassed. Oh, look,
Oh,
it's
no.
faster. Remember it being so...
Kind of went skidding along the floor.
Just for this one. Yeah. Looks more pink, yeah? Yeah, it looks more pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only like right at the ends now that you've got the orange.
Mhm. Well, it's supposed to be yellow.
Ah, it's not yellow.
That's yellow.
Mm.
Yes, it's supposed to be yellow. Ay, ay, ay. Look who's abusing the locals. Medical hospital.
Yeah, so do I after that.
After I bumped into your freaking automatic doors.
Skidding along the floor hurt.
Realize I left my helicopter at Hayes.
Oh, it's alright.
Yeah, it'll come back. Why does the time go by so fast?
Yeah.
Where'd he go? Went to business local? Did you steal that car?
Yes.
It's a Sultan? Karen.
Yeah, I think it's Karen Sultan, yeah. I know where I'm going, by the way. I'm just driving.
Alright. Alright. Who to rate? Is there anybody? No?
It's getting better to drive.
Gonna rate a friend, I guess.
This summer, history's greatest hero returns.
Have we met? My memory's a little fuzzy, but your face rings a bell.
Tomorrow.
Follow me!
Towards the gun!
Let's go ahead and rate a friend of mine.
His final
Alright
adventure.
guys, thanks for tuning in. Until next time. Tomorrow. Bye.
My life. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
Eligible bachelors, a little girl into their lives.
Hey, it's my turn in the bathroom.
Non-stop hilarity.